just being gainfully employed and having a family is a huge success in today's day and age. Which says a lot about how far we've fallen, because that used to be just everyone.
Well, and to be fair, the other guy that was a part of this group fucking OD'd. Like, those are the outcomes. It's like, and like easily could have been them, just they, whatever, got lucky on that, or didn't get unlucky on that, I guess is really the way to think.
The lower class is always there to like make the middle class feel better about themselves, because it's like, well, at least I'm not that guy. But it's like, yeah, but you could be so much more. It is hard though, if you're gonna really step out, you're gonna be it's you against the world. There's no cheery consensus. Because when you're doing everything like normal shit, like it's everybody conspires to be like, you're doing the right things. The minute you start doing things the world doesn't agree with, the world conspires to be like, you're bad, you're wrong, you're stupid, you're evil, whatever. And you have to just have enough internal fortitude to just gut your way through that and be like, okay, fuck you. I'm gonna do whatever I'm gonna do anyway. Howl is live. Should we listen to it? Is there going to be anything interesting in it?
Well, I wonder why he's live, I guess.
Who's live?
Powell.
Oh, okay.
They thought that I was live.
Critical resources. Life-changing research comes to a halt. But when universities thrive, the reverse is true. Students climb higher.
Why did I get you down to Peoria recently? We also do a conference video call first and in person. The second week of video was good.
It's the Greater Providence Chamber of Commerce Economic Outlook Luncheon.
Business investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from last year's pace, largely reflecting the AI build-out. As noted in the September Beige Book, which I bet you wonder what it is, the September Beige Book, that's a report that gathers qualitative information from across the Federal Reserve System. We'll talk about later. Businesses continue to say that uncertainty is weighing on their outlook. Measures of consumer and business sentiment declined sharply in the spring. They have since moved up, but remain low relative to the start of the year. In the labor market, there has been a marked slowdown in both the supply of and the demand for workers, an unusual and challenging development. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment have risen. The unemployment rate edged up to 4.3% in August, but has remained relatively stable at a low level over the past year. Payroll job gains slowed sharply over summer months as employers added an average of just 29,000 per month over the past 3 months. The recent pace of job creation appears to be running below what we call the break-even rate, that is the rate needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. But a number of other labor market indicators remain broadly stable. For example, the ratio of job openings to unemployment remains near 1, and multiple measures of job openings have been moving roughly sideways, not down, as have initial claims for unemployment insurance. Inflation, meanwhile, has eased significantly from its highs of 2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. The latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose, that's personal consumption expenditure prices, that's the inflation measure that we follow most closely, rose 2.7% over the 12 months ending in August, up from 2.3% in August 2024. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%, also higher than a year ago. Goods prices, after falling last year, are driving the pickup inflation. Incoming data and surveys suggest that those price increases largely reflect higher tariffs rather than broader price pressures. Disinflation for services continues, including for housing services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures are short-term inflation expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The overall economic effects of the significant changes in trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policy remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the tariff-related effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Now, a one-time increase does not mean all at once. Tariff increases will likely take some time to work their way through supply chains. As a result, this one-time increase in the price level will likely be spread over several years and show up as somewhat higher inflation during that period. But uncertainty around the path of inflation remains high. We will carefully assess and manage the risk of higher and more persistent inflation. We'll make sure that this one-time increase in prices does not become an ongoing inflation problem. Turning to monetary policy, near-term risks to inflation are tilted to the upside, and risks to employment are tilted to the downside, a challenging situation. Two-sided risks mean that there is no risk-free path. If we ease too aggressively, we could leave the inflation job unfinished and need to reverse course later to fully restore 2% inflation. If we maintain restrictive policy too long, the labor market could soften unnecessarily. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework has long called for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. The increased downside risks to employment have shifted the balance of risks to achieving our goals. We therefore judged it appropriate at our last meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance, lowering the target range for the federal funds rate by 25 basis points to 4 to 4.25%. This policy stance, which I personally see as still modestly restrictive, leaves us well positioned to respond to potential economic developments. Our policy is not on a preset course. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment and bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans, and we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. So thank you again for having me here, and I very much look forward to our discussion. Thanks.
Once again, Mr. Chair. Thank you for those opening remarks and reminding us just how tremendously the world has changed and evolved since you were last here in 2019. President of the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, Susan Collins, is also here with us today. And President Collins, we have had the opportunity many times to discuss with you the conditions in this Fed region, of which Rhode Island is part of the Boston region. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask you to think about your comments reflecting on the importance, what you have said, the importance of deeply understanding local labor markets. And I'm wondering if in your deliberations leading up to the most recent FOMC meeting, whether there was anything particularly distinctive in what you saw coming out of the Boston Beige Book.
So let me say a word about the Beige Book. So there are 12 reserve banks, as you know, around the country. And each of them has deep ties into not just the business community, but medical community, educational community, nonprofits. And each FOMC cycle, which is sort of 8 of those a year, they do a deep dive and they collect lots and lots of information about the economy. And so, and that information gets collated and put into what we call the Beige Book because it's beige, and we're not that original. And so we get that a couple weeks before each FOMC meeting. And I have to say, I don't know of any source of sort of qualitative information about the economy that even approaches this. It's just a lot of conversation with a lot of people. I personally find it very useful. Sometimes you look at that book and you see significant regional differences. Not one of those times. So, for example, the Boston Fed piece in the last Beige Book talking about lots of spending on AI. Well, guess what? That was pretty common across 8 or 9 of the districts. So I would say nothing really jumped out from the Boston piece. But what you saw was all around the country. You saw pretty modest growth, wage and price inflation at modest to moderate levels, the economy growing but not fast, and uncertainty, significant uncertainty about federal public policy is kind of weighing on investments and the decisions about investment and hiring, except in the area of the AI build-out, which is just going really strong pretty much in many parts of the country.
So nothing distinctive from the Boston region that would inform your future decision-making looking at the setting of monetary policy?
What I saw from Boston was quite similar and overlapping with a number of other districts. Again, sometimes that's the case where things are pretty much of a piece. sometimes different regions, particularly if there's a commodity pricing, you would see maybe things in the commodity-oriented regions doing differently from other regions of the country. Right now, it's much more the same around the country.
So let's talk about and build on what you described a few moments ago about the dual mandate of the Fed. And if you could talk about these conditions that wax and wane over time, what signals will you be looking for in the run-up to the next FOMC meeting, which is in roughly 30 days?
We have two goals, as you mentioned, maximum employment and price stability, and they're equal goals under the law. So almost all the time, they work together. They complement one another. So, for example, when the economy is weak, the unemployment rate might be high and the inflation rate would be low, and that it calls for stimulus from us. And when the economy is really strong, the labor market is tight, that's when inflation will be moving up, and so policy might be a little bit tighter. That's almost always the case. Right now is the quite unusual case where risks to, as I mentioned in my remarks, risks to employment are to the downside and to inflation to the upside. Now, we only have one tool, which is monetary policy, really interest rates, and really it's calling for different answers. So for a long time, we have a document called the Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy. We call it the consensus statement to save time. That says for a long time it said that when the two goals are in tension, we'll look at how far each one is from its goal and the time that it's expected to take to get back to that goal. And so we balance the two goals. So what we've done all year this year is we've had our policy rate has been tight because inflation has been above our target, but the labor market was very solid. Now, over the last really 4 months, really over the summer, the labor market has softened. Payroll jobs have dropped a lot. So we can't really say that anymore. And I think what that told us is that stance of really tight focus on inflation really needs to moderate toward a more balanced approach. And so that's why we took the action we took in our last meeting. As we go to our next meeting, to your question, we'll be asking ourselves, we'll be looking at the data very carefully, labor market data, growth data, inflation data, all the vast quantities of data that we get, and asking ourselves, is our policy in the right place? If not, we move it there.
Some may wonder about the frothiness of the markets reaching record heights and also record valuations. How does the Fed think about that in the equation?
Financial markets. So we monitor financial markets very carefully. Our policy works through financial conditions. So that's credit spreads and interest rate levels and equity prices in the aggregate that can affect spending, for example. We look at all of that, but really our focus is on our two goals, and that is maximum employment and price stability. And when we see one of them weakening, we're going to respond appropriately with our tools. And in this case, that meant reducing the federal funds rate by 25 basis points, and we'll see what the future brings, but that's what we do. We look carefully at financial conditions, more from a perspective though of financial stability. So we see that the banks are well capitalized. Actually, in the aggregate, households are in good shape financially. I know people at the bottom end of the income spectrum are under pressure, no question about that. But it's not a time of elevated financial risks.
So the federal funds rate really governs consumer credit, but not so as it pertains to mortgage rates, correct?
That's right.
And let's talk about how the average consumer is going to see any difference in the intervening months relative to an easing of interest rates and the ability and maybe even more confidence to spend.
So we don't set mortgage rates, but when we change the federal funds rate, it will affect the mortgage rates and also all other consumer borrowing rates. Really, all interest rates that are on a floating basis will move a little bit or even a lot if they're short term based on our moves. So the people will feel that over time. Also, it's not just these days. The market is pricing in the next 6 months what's going to happen to rates. So this is something that wasn't really the case, 50 years ago. Now markets listen to us and follow, and they make an estimation of where they think rates are going, and so they'll price things in. And so, longer term rates will move because of what the market expects. Market participants expect us to do. So you'll begin to see, and you're already seeing, changes in rates long before we make the decision. It can often be already, priced in.
Is it fair to say that the Fed and the markets really have a higher tolerance for risk today, more so than perhaps before the pandemic?
I think if you look at some prices, then they're elevated relative to historical levels. There were times before the pandemic when it happens periodically. Equity prices will move up and down, and we do monitor that. But we're not targeting any level of prices for particular financial assets. We don't have a view that we know what the right price of any particular financial asset is. We do look at overall financial conditions, and we ask ourselves whether our policies are affecting financial conditions in a way that is what we're trying to achieve. But you're right. By many measures, for example, equity prices are fairly highly valued.
Let's segue to the topic of AI and largely AI stocks and periphery stocks, really driving the markets in many ways. Let's talk a little bit about the great unknown of AI. And if we think about various ages, our industrial ages, whether it be steam to electricity to the information age and now to the age of AI, would you consider this to be the most disruptive force ever in modern American history?
I think it's way too early to say that. I wouldn't go that far. I would say clearly generative AI has all the earmarks of an emerging technology that could be very important in our economy and in our society. But it's very early to be, to be making that kind of bold statement. So, what we're seeing is companies and institutions like the Fed for that matter, are starting to experiment with what they can, how this new set of tools can be used in our operations. It's very early days on that, and I think we have to wait and see. That's a good thing. I know many of the large financial institutions and other central banks, and we are asking ourselves, how can this help us do our jobs better? And I think it's going to be a period of experimentation over a period of years. And the history is always that there's a lot of fear that technological innovation will eliminate jobs, but it's tended to happen in history over time because it just raises productivity and creates new jobs to replace the old jobs, and that happens. And sometimes it can take a long time, but ultimately that has been the pattern for the last couple of 100 years. Is this time going to be different? I just don't think we know yet. I don't think anybody knows.
You are a labor market futurist, also a historian, and the concept of AI and humans in the loop, very profound impact on the labor force. What are your thoughts about specifically agentic AI as a differentiator from generative AI, and how Fed be looking at the impacts of the workforce, the labor participation rate, given the unknown of what could happen with displacement around AI tools at all ends of the spectrum?
Our tools work on demand, basically. Lower interest rates, higher interest rates, they work on demand. When there are structural changes in the economy, there's not a lot that an interest rate change can do for that. And so if you're talking distributional issues or labor force participation or retraining or any of the things that come to mind in connection with those questions, that's really going to be something for legislators and the private sector. We of course, we have many labor economists, and a good portion of them are studying what the potential effects of AI on the labor force, and many great economists around the country and around the world are publishing on that now. It really is too early to say. I think you can say that some jobs are going to be phased out. Some jobs are going to evolve, and people are going to be further trained and that sort of thing, and be able to keep a job like that. And there'll be new jobs that come. And how will that balance work out? And what will be the timing of it? It's just quite hard to say.
But how does that factor into the deliberations on a near-term basis? Things are moving so quickly, and the observation and the argument that artificial intelligence isn't just impacting those entry-level jobs and those quasi-unskilled jobs, but really tentacles reaching into highly skilled professions, whether it be finance, whether it be communications and media, whether it be healthcare, whether it be law, finance. So all ends of the spectrum, highly educated individuals down to more easily automated tasks. Sort of a really interesting problem for those of you that are studying labor market economics. How do you approach that?
Well, a lot of what we're doing with our time is trying to understand the current position of the economy, what's actually going on in the economy today. Pardon me. So part of that is hiring rate has really dropped. Job creation has dropped very sharply. So what are the factors there? So I mentioned earlier, I think, part of it just is there's a lot of uncertainty about the direction of public policy, and so companies are holding off. They're not hiring, and when you don't hire through attrition, your labor force shrinks, and you save money that way. That may be a way of passing on tariff costs. It may be something like that. So that's happening. Lots of questions around whether AI is a major factor associated with the relatively low hiring rate for people just graduating from school and just entering the labor market. And people are doing studies on that. And I looked at one from Stanford, another from the New York Fed in the last week. And the sense of it was, we think we could find some evidence that generative AI is having some. It's one of the reasons here, but we can't really say it's the main reason. And we have our Jackson Hole conference every year in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and we had some great labor economists, and one of the big debates was what's going on with AI, and it was a professor from, I want to say, Columbia, who just basically said there's no evidence that this is acting any differently than her view was not acting any differently from other technological, movements, waves. And so I think she would be more the end of an optimist, a techno optimist. We've all, there are books out there that will tell you the world is ending. And, but I don't think we know. Again, I think we're going to see how this evolves. And again, if it does turn out to be something where labor force participation really declines in a way that creates, social difficulties, that's going to be something that legislators and the private sector will have to address. We just don't know that yet, though.
Over the weekend, I read where you had been discussing, just picking up on what you said about Gen Z and college graduates and any possible disruptions in trying to find jobs. So Gen Z would be those born between 1997 and 2012, roughly ages 13 to 28. What are your thoughts on college enrollment? We'll talk a little bit about labor disruption in just a minute, and Jackson Hole, because I know that's a favorite of yours. But a lot of the individuals in this room today may have family members that fall squarely in that 13 to 28 category. What would you say about that?
I mean, again, we all see the data that it's just gotten tough for people entering the labor force to be hired. But remember, the overall national aggregate hiring rate is at very, very low level. The layoff rate is also at very, very low. You're in a low hire economy. And it feels like companies they've kind of stopped hiring or slowed down their hiring because they want to see how this all shakes out. We're having very important changes to economic policy in the United States, and companies and people are wondering, how's that going to work out? So I think that's part of it. The other thing I would add, though, is, there's a lot of good scholarship around technological innovation and inequality, if you will. And the sense of it is really that if schools and society give students graduating the skills and aptitudes they need to benefit from evolving technology, you can have declining inequality over time. And that's what the United States had for many, many years, up until about 1970, when U.S. educational attainment kind of plateaued and inequality takes off. So it's really down to having the skills. So kids who come out of school today with technological skills and can work with this new technology, they're probably going to be fine. Going to be great. If you don't have those skills, though, you're increasingly left with less attractive employment options. So in a way, it's an educational issue.
Our society is our education system, and you spoke about inequality, particularly the digital divide, and thinking about where the United States really has paced among countries throughout the world. Particularly, that was a subject that you initiated at Jackson Hole back in August. What are your thoughts on how that is likely to really change the way we look at technology as a force for productivity and advancement?
Technology has been raising incomes and productivity for really a couple hundred years since the Industrial Revolution. It's been an amazing thing for the quality of human life, and there's no reason why that has to change. In the United States was the first country to have gender-blind secondary education. And if you go back, you'll see that there's a great book on this, but just basically the U.S. had fast technological innovation for a century, and also declining inequality because people were coming out and their educational the capabilities they took out of the educational system gave them the ability to benefit from evolving technology. So, and that's really the key, because technology, what it does is it makes us more productive. One summer I worked on a project that was building houses, and I basically had a shovel and I just dug most of the summer. And now that would be a Bobcat, which can do 100 times the work, no blisters, no water breaks. It's just much more productive. And you see housing production has gotten, at least it did get for a while, much more productive, but not so much lately. But that I think is the story. And while U.S. educational attainment, college graduation rates and things like that leveled out, they're still going up. The rest of the world caught on and has really caught up in terms of educational attainment. And that really is the key. To your point, your educational system, your country is your educational system ultimately. It's the people that come out and what can they do, and a variety of other factors too, obviously. But I think that's a key element. I'm struck by this, Mike, because this was a major factor at our recent conference, and we had a great conversation about it.
Well, tell us about the book. Gave me a homework assignment the other day, so I did download it, but I think everyone should follow that lead.
All right. It's a book's called The Race Between Education and Technology. It's by Claudia Golden and Larry Katz.
Chairman Hood lied to you about the safety,
basically talks about the race between education and technology. So I recommend that to anyone. It was written in, I want to say, 2005, and they basically presented it, Jackson Hole presented an update to the current day. The findings basically hold. It's very, I'm not a PhD economist. I read it 20 years ago.
But you said it still holds very much true today.
It does. And I think it's an explanation for why the U.S. has had, rising inequality. This is their thesis, and I think it's they call it skill bias technical change. So you need skills to benefit, but if you have those skills, then technology makes you more productive, and that's what we need. Incomes can only rise if productivity is increasing. We're sort of working as many hours as we can work now, so it really is down to how much output can you have, and that's productivity. So I would recommend that. I'm not getting any royalties for that, but by the way, Claudia Golden won the Nobel Prize for her work 2 years ago. So I'm not the only one who thinks it was good work.
Chair Powell, let's move on to tariffs. This is an issue that confronts the business people and here with us today. You addressed it very briefly in your opening remarks. You indicated that you believe that the costs of the tariff movement is in fact more transitory than embedded in supply chains. So I think we would appreciate hearing more about how the Fed thinks about evolving tariff policy.
So we're now collecting a good bit of revenue. The federal government collecting a good chunk of revenue, $300 or $400 billion a year pace. And the question is, who's paying that? And the candidates for paying those tariffs would be the exporter, the foreign exporter, or someone on our shores. It could be a company or a retailer, or someone who's using the imported product to manufacture something, or the end consumer. And so so far, in its incredibly early days, it doesn't look like the overseas exporters are carrying the bulk of it. It looks like it's that middle group. It's retailers and it's importers, and they're not passing along to consumers that much of the cost. So the actual effects on inflation have been quite modest so far. It's really not. It's a small amount, but I mean, for example, I mentioned that core PCE inflation is 2.9%. Maybe 0.3 or 0.4 of that is tariffs. So it's not the big factor. It's not a big inflationary thing, but it is something that is driving up inflation a bit. And the question is, are companies then are they going to eventually be able to pass that stuff through, and then that might drive inflation up a little higher? So we've been watching this since the beginning. Half our mandate is inflation, and I would say that the pass through to consumers has been later and less than we expected. How much of that will continue, I don't know. But the responsible thing from our standpoint was to watch and wait, because it's our job to make sure we don't make a mistake on inflation.
Well, that was my question. Do you imagine that is going to change, where the cost of tariffs will be more deeply embedded and passed on to the consumer? What do you foresee as
our forecast, and I think almost all the forecasts are for there to be a one-time pass-through, which will go through the end of this year, well into next year, and by the end of next year, the one-time increase from the tariffs will be done, and you'll be back to the non-tariff related inflation, which should be much closer to our 2% goal. That's almost everyone's base case. It's actually our job to make sure that that's the outcome, though. So we can't be in a situation where we're just going to assume that. We can't leave that part of the goal unguarded. And so that's why we've been careful about cutting. We didn't want to cut too early. I mentioned in my remarks, if we cut too early, we may find out in a year that inflation actually wasn't under control. It's back up to 3.5% or 4%. No one thinks this is the base case, but that's the risk of cutting too early or too much. Of course, the risk of cutting too late, as I mentioned, is that we unnecessarily, the labor market weakens unnecessarily. There's no risk-free path, and it's a very difficult policy environment when your two goals are telling you two different things. You've got to make a compromise, and we really haven't been in that situation for many, many years. It does happen, but it's happened now, and we'll manage our way through it. But we sort of have to look at both of them as equal. We can't just say we're going to do this one and not that one, unless this one is clearly a greater risk. And now they're coming into closer balance, I would say. We do see meaningful weakness in the labor market now, very low job creation. The unemployment rate's still low, though, and the quits rate is low. And a lot of things suggest that the labor market has reached a kind of unusual stability of much lower demand and much lower supply for workers. It's a really unusual kind of a balance, if you want to call it that. But nonetheless, we think it's downside risk.
Well, if you could elaborate, what are some of the factors that are leading to depressed demand for labor?
So depressed demand for labor, based on surveys and talking to people who are doing hiring, a big chunk of it is that they're just unsure what to do. Businesses, and I'd like to love to talk to people after this. Businesses don't want to do a lot of hiring. They may be postponing major capex, major initiatives, major acquisitions, and they'll replace workers who retire, but they're not looking to grow. This isn't every company and every part of every company in the world. It's just an effect kind of at the margin. That's got to be part of it. I think that's the demand side. The supply side, of course, has a lot to do with immigration policy. So immigration was at a very high level for 2 or 3 years before this year, and now immigration has really gone close to zero, and immigration is not really contributing to the labor force growth now, whereas it's been most of what the labor force growth was. And now, so at the same time, you've got declining demand and also declining supply of workers, of new workers.
One of your passions is demystifying the Fed. You enjoy speaking about it, and those that are Fed watchers are wondering, will there in fact?
Damn, my shit crashed. Couldn't take it. Well, maybe it's a good time to end all this. This is Candidate John. Go to johnforcongress.com. Thanks for being here, everybody. You to the FBI. We've reported you to the Department of Homeland Security. We've reported you to ICE, and sooner or later we're kicking in your doors. We're ripping you out of your houses. We're gonna send you back to where you came from. There's no stopping what's coming now.
Dishonest, John.
Dishonest John. This should be his new name. I'm actually going to run with that.
John, you are a liar. You're dishonest, John. Why is that, John?
As a matter of fact, I was just
You're
for
gonna
Facebook.
sue Brad, John. And you lie, John. You're dishonest. Everything that comes out of your mouth since then, it's like a snake oil salesman, John. We cannot trust you, John. Dishonest John.
I'll tell you something. This guy couldn't be trusted to pay his mortgage on time. This guy couldn't be
That's
trusted to hold a
absolutely
If he can be trusted in any office building, let alone the U.S. Congress, I cannot wait.
He lied. John lied. And you lied. You never sued Brad, John. You're dishonest. John, what's the case number, John? John, you little snake oil salesman, you little dishonest fraud. John.
We'll make sure you're never in office.
Dishonest, John. My friend, I tell you.
Listen, Dad, I hate to tell you this, but the lawsuit is pending against Bradley down in Houston. We're waiting to serve him with the process papers. The service processor can't locate him at his job at Children's Houston's Hospital. But I want to thank you all for coming to my friend, the trash bag. He's changing into a beautiful phoenix. We're converting this room into a John Kitover fundraiser. I can't thank you all enough for coming. Free Israel from the Hamas terrorist threat now. Liberate the hostages and destroy Hamas now. So future generations of Israelis won't have to live under the threat of Islamic terrorism from the Gaza Strip. Thank you all for coming. You terrorists supporting low IQ losers. You've wasted years of your lives on this app. I've created 30,000 videos of you schmucks promoting terrorism, supporting terrorism. We've notified the FBI a total of 10 times. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino know about Clubhouse. They know about you, and they are tracking you. For one day soon, that search warrant is going to get issued, and your front door is going to get kicked in. And when they push it in, you're going to jump on Clubhouse and say, John Kitover was right. They were tracking us, and they have been listening to our terrorist promotion and terrorist supporter rooms. Fuck John Kitover. He got me arrested, and now I'm getting deported or I'm being put in jail for 25 years for domestic terrorism, all because of candidate Congressman John. Thanks for coming, everybody. This is Jews Against Genocide, organized by our good friend, my friend, and Daniel. Thank you all for being here. God bless you all. I know some of you aren't enthusiastic about our campaign to get into the 16th district in Congress, but I want to let you know it's losers like you, the terror-supporting cocksuckers, who are your own worst enemy. Yeah, that's you. If you support terrorism and you support violence, you are your own worst enemy. You don't support justice. You don't support the law. You only support your grandiosity, your opinions, your lies, and your propaganda. You are the true schmucks and low IQ small schmeckle people we like to talk about. There are autistic Down syndrome facilities we could place you in if you're willing to let go of your terrorist promotion. But if you won't let go of terrorist promotion, we will just push it in, kick your door down, drag you out in cuffs and beat you over the head with a billy club, mace you, and maybe use stun grenades on entry. Thanks for being here. This is the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. Go to johnforcongress.com right now. I'm updating the link to our donation page. If you love listening to the roast of terrorist promoters here on Clubhouse, consider giving the campaign $1. Just $1 like the Rebbe. That's okay. Menachem Schneerson was a great guy. Only $1 needed because you know why? It's the thought, the intention behind it. Thank you all so much for coming. We can't thank you enough. Wasting all your time on Clubhouse. Non-stop free Palestine. I don't support Hamas. I don't support Hamas. I only completely support Hamas. That's what you like to say. I don't support Hamas. But, the Israelis, they're not entitled to security. They can't take over a bunch of terrorist territory to protect themselves. They got to play by the international rules of law. And Netanyahu's a terrorist himself. When does it end? Oh, you know when it ends? When every single Hamasnik terrorist's head is literally disintegrated in the ground and they're being buried and the Israeli Jewish hostages are free and back home. That's when it ends, ladies and gentlemen. The poll's been updated with a campaign donation link. We're turning this into a fundraiser. Do you want to come to Chicago or not, Zach? We need you.
Yeah, so I didn't text you back. Well, you send me a lot of text messages, so I can't text back to every message.
No, I know. I'm writing you my thoughts. So welcome back to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
We can talk about that another time, but do you still need help or no?
Yeah, absolutely. We need to do fundraising here. I mean, you can keep coming to Clubhouse like these loser strokers who keep coming here and wasting all their time generating nothing, doing nothing.
Money's not for his campaign, it's for his mortgage campaign. So everyone please donate immediately.
But I could.
No, keep working. But, we need to fundraise to get you here. We've exhausted our funds so far.
When are you going to start talking about the problems people deal with in District 6 or Peoria?
It's District 16, schmuck.
Yeah, I'm sure you're begging for money. You're begging for pennies. Also, you can scream and spend your time on Cunthouse and still miss your mortgage payment. I think that's a joke, and it's laughable, and that's why you can't even make it on the ballot.
Why are you being so mean?
I support Darren Hood. That's why, because this guy wants to jail his political opponents and have the FBI raid their homes. I mean, he's a lunatic, and that's very un-American. And that's why, again, he'll never make it on the ballot.
Listen, you slimy little piece of dog shit. You're a terrorist supporter, terrorist promoter. And as soon as the FBI or Department of Homeland Security kicks your front fucking door in and drags your terrorist supporting ass out in cuffs and beats you over the head with billy clubs and you're screaming, oh, give me my phone, I gotta get on Clubhouse and let everybody know that candidate John got the FBI to kick my door in. Oh, that's why they're going to kick your door in, Jack, because you're a terrorist promoting, terrorist supporter, Jack. We got you on record. You, Mikhail, Edward, Amir are all going to have your shit pushed in by the end of September. It's coming. The FBI knows who you are, motherfucker, and they're about to kick your fucking front door in, Jack. I know you're on the run now, but you better look out, Jack. The FBI is coming for you, Jack. For you.
Actually putting in any work. You collected donations on Clubhouse and you tried to pay people to collect signatures for you instead of doing the job yourself. You spent time on live stream and tried to pay people to do your job and it didn't work. And you didn't get the signatures and you're not on the ballot. And now you're crashing out, which I get it. But try to.
I don't like your tone of voice. You can come back on the stage. I'm going to ask you to speak in a kind tone of voice and stop being antagonistic. You can join my stage, but I will not allow antagonism. So please welcome back. Don't be my friend John. I'm going to invite you to the stage and I'm going to move you into
Okay, that's fair. You didn't throw him down with the one.
Well,
but John,
I didn't know that the FBI raided you.
They didn't, but that's what he wants. But anyways, John, curious question for someone who lives in
Well,
Chicago.
you started it.
Why not do the work yourself instead of paying people? Why not go door to door? It's a genuine question.
Well, that's an ignorant question.
Why is that ignorant? I've done it for campaigns.
And how many signatures did you collect every day?
I helped Denise Barnes get elected in Anaheim.
And how many signatures did you collect every day?
Enough to get on the ballot and win.
So how many did you collect?
Thousands.
Huh?
Thousands.
You collected thousands every day?
No, not thousands every
How many
day.
did
Probably
you personally collect?
a day?
Yes, per day. How many
I would
did
say
you do?
about 50 a day.
Door knocking?
Door knocking, getting doors slammed in your face, getting chewed out, talking to old people. Old people
And
won't
were you
talk to anyone forever.
Were you paid for your
I was not
time?
paid a dime. This was an internship. This was
No.
free labor. And
Well,
old people could talk your
how
head
old
off
were
all
you
day
at the
about
time?
nothing.
How old were you at the time when you did this?
Oh my God, so many questions. I was 23, 24, 23,
Well,
23 years old.
Well, when you get a little bit older, you
here
can't
we
do
go.
stuff for free anymore. So a lot of these signature
Not
collections.
for free. My friend,
Why
this
you're
is not for free.
interrupting me? I can go back on mute, but all I'm going to say is that most of the signature collection campaigns in America today are financial compensation for the collectors.
John, have you ever gone door to
Listen, you tiny dick, little faggot, terrorist-supporting piece of shit. I'm about to blow the shofar up your ass. Here we go. Rabbono Shalom. This is for you, you tiny dick, little terrorist-supporting faggot.
All right. Audience, just to keep it consistent. John, please come back.
shoot?
Blow the shofar, but please don't be antagonistic.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it would serve you well. Let your constituents get to know you are.
Yeah, let them get to know that I report terrorist, cocksucking, faggot promoters like you, Jack. The FBI is going to push your fucking door in with Amir and Edward and Mikhail. It's coming, Jack. I don't need to talk to you about my campaign. You need to lawyer up before the FBI kicks your fucking door in and says, "Stop what you're doing! Put your hands in the air! It's the FBI, Jack." That's what they're going to say when they push your fucking front door in, you terrorist supporting tiny dick little faggot.
We have freedom of speech in this country. I've never supported any terrorist group materially or through speech, but regardless of your slander and defamation, which is fine, it's okay, it's expected actually, I'll continue spreading.
It's not slander and defamation. It's recordings of you promoting terrorism, supporting terrorism, being a domestic terrorist, Jack. It's all on YouTube, live stream from phone to phone, YouTube to Clubhouse, starring you, starring Mikhail, starring Amir, starring Edward. The FBI, Jack. That's what they say when they kick your door and they say, hands up! It's the FBI, Jack. That's what you're going to hear before you get wonked over the head with a billy club and the handcuffs get put on and they drag you out by your fucking hair, Jack. It's not polite. They drag you out by your fucking hair. And you're going to be screaming, wait, pass me my phone, quick, I gotta get on Clubhouse. I gotta get on the app and let everybody know what candidate John did to us. He recorded us for years promoting terrorism. He recorded us for years supporting terrorism.
Bartholomeus, he left. Bartholomeus, please vote. He's gone.
We should do a poll if we think John's gonna win. I want to see how many people are deluded.
Let's just do a poll to see if John gets on the ballot. Because that's the real win here, Jack. I hate to tell it to you. Just getting on the ballot is the challenge. I've been through ballot challenges, signature petition challenges. Jack, all you've done in years is come on this app and run your worthless little terrorist-supporting, terrorist-promoting mouth. Jack, you've accomplished nothing. I'm in a race to defeat a sitting congressman. Who the fuck are you, you little terrorist-supporting, terrorist-promoting? Oh, I know who you are. You're that guy who the FBI is about to kick and push his shit in. And when they kick your door in, Jack, they say, hands up, FBI. Just remember that saying, Jack. They're about to push your shit in with Amir, Edward, Mikhail. They're about to kick your door in, Jack.
What else do they say, John?
They say, hands up, FBI. Hands to the sky, or we'll shoot, you little terrorist promoter, terrorist supporter. It's coming, Jack. You're not allowed to do what you're doing. You are supporting and promoting terrorist activities, Jack. You, Edward, Mikhail, Amir, you're all about to have your shit pushed in. And they're going to drag you out by your fucking hair, and you're going to be screaming, somebody quick, turn on Clubhouse and record the audio from this arrest. Quick, I want everybody to know it was candidate John that got me arrested.
You're trying to silence and arrest your political opposition. That's great. That's fine. But we have freedom of speech in this country, buddy. We have a Bill of Rights, the Constitution, something you should learn if you're ever planning to be in this great country's office.
Sorry, friend. We protect against enemies domestic. We've sworn an oath to the Constitution, unlike you, you dirty terrorist supporting promoter. Here we go.
We can move on to something more like that will involve more people than just you two, even though it was fascinating, and I can't wait to kind of catch up on this. I just saw like a tweet, where is it, from Ursula von der Leyen, the head of the EU, whatever. So she writes, we will set up a Palestine donor group, because any future Palestinian state must be viable also from an economic point of view. And we, Europeans, will set up a dedicated instrument for Gaza reconstruction. Gaza must be rebuilt.
I want to hear from Ash. She ran the other day when I asked her, give me 5 examples on how Donald Trump is ruining North America. She ran.
She's here now.
Ira?
No, unless your name's Ash. Ash.
Wait, Daniel, who was it who tweeted that? Sorry. I missed that.
Ursula von der Leyen. You know who that is?
Yeah. Wait, is she the lady who leads the EU?
She's the EU Commission president.
Yeah, so I've heard of this. So this has to do something with Donald Trump's latest proposal. That this is kind of like the beginning stages he proposed to the Arab states and Pakistan and
The Donald Trump proposal? My name is Jack. I live in a delusion.
which is typically
Of the Arabs, there was also an Arab conference that they have like the Gaza after, and it's kind of like the same idea basically.
essentially, yeah. It's basically saying like disarm Hamas, kick them out basically. Basically, there will be no Hamas in Gaza. Rebuild.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Point one. Who's doing this? Because I now read also that Macron wants to international force to disarm Hamas, which I think is amazing.
like loving it. I don't see this is happening. What like now, like French, French people and British people will now go into Gaza and fight Hamas. I really don't see those.
Daniel, I believe, if I'm not wrong, I believe Hamas actually said, in terms of not being part of any future governance, they said that they would agree to that as long as a Palestinian independent technocrat.
We're talking about two different things.
And then, wait, let me finish. And then the disarmament, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they said they would even leave. I could be wrong about that.
The leaders, no, some of the leaders did say that they are willing to basically, they have no problem with exile. At least some of them. At least like the one that is, I forgot his name, the one that was head of the Gaza division, the one that is now the head of the Hamas in Gaza because all the others are dead. The bald guy, if you know what. So he basically said that he's willing to exile. I don't know about everybody. And again, you know, if the resistance stays and someone else takes over and those people just gonna escape judgment from their own people, then it doesn't help. You need to kind of disarm and take the infrastructure.
The Indonesians, because they're asking for governments to send some international force along potentially with the PA, but definitely an international force. And I think the Indonesians said they would send troops to kind of take care of this, help secure Gaza, like in terms of security and, you know, for both security for Israel and the Palestinians. And I think overall, if this does go through, right, like, because this is just a proposal, if it does go through, I honestly believe Hamas kind of won in so many ways here. Like,
they won the genocide.
No.
I'm interested to know how did they win.
Yeah, so like it would.
He's trying to positively reframe a loser's position where everyone's been obliterated and the entire way of life has been completely destroyed.
John, I'm really interested how if Israel achieves all the objectives of the war and Hamas, like how did Hamas win?
Well, basically, Hamas won because in the minds and hearts of billions of people around the world, they have infected them with a mind virus.
They would basically consider it a win because, of course, anytime, you know, and their framing of it is like you're fighting for justice or freedom or whatever you're going to say, there's going to be sacrifice. And they'll say everyone who died, this base in Gaza was basically sacrificed for this. And this being that Gaza will be run by a Palestinian government. People are not ethnically cleansed, and this will never happen in Gaza again. Basically, this war, these tit for tat, basically every other year, you know, this launching of rockets from Gaza to Israel and Israel destroying parts of Gaza. That kind of battle would kind of, almost done.
It's weird, you say? Okay.
I'll wrap it up right here, but essentially, the siege of Gaza would basically be over, and people in Gaza going forward, it would be rebuilt for a different life, right?
So you're saying
kind of the win right there.
No, listen.
It would lead to some solution.
I salute you for the flexibility. Okay, the threat was Hamas, okay? The reason that Gaza was blockaded and got bombed was Hamas. The reason that the war is happening is because Hamas. And then Hamas is removed and the threat is gone. And now Hamas is the winner by basically being removed. I mean, you don't need all this proposal. I mean,
that's the fuck woody.
I really salute you. This could have been achieved any day from 2005 and until this will happen after Gaza will rebuild, I don't know, in a decade or two. At any moment, if Hamas will just lay down their arms. But you know, yeah, it's a win because we wanted to ethnically cleanse and we wanted to genocide and our plans didn't work out. No, dude, those accusations from day one, you know that this was not true. Like, it's not true. It was in your ecosystem and now you are flipping it. You're accused of something that didn't happen, and now you're trying to kind of show it as a win that the thing that you're accused of us didn't manage. While the objective of the war, both of them will be achieved, a total win. Hamas will be defeated, demilitarized, and this problem with pride or with reality or with fact. But you know what?
Clarification.
This is a win for Hamas. They should have said so. Really, we would have. I would have personally handed out on a silver plate years ago.
Wait, Daniel, just a second. Point of clarification. When I say what I just said, I'm seeing this as a perspective of what I've been hearing from Hamas supporters and what their end goal was. Some of the things you.
That's you, dummy. You're a Hamas supporter, a terrorist promoter, a terrorist supporter.
Hold on. Fucked up what I was thinking about. So basically, essentially, those wins, some of those were part of the things that Hamas supporters have been saying would be the end goal of this battle. And in their worldview, of course, they believe Israel, had a grander plan of eventually ethnically cleansing in this war against Zionism versus anti-Zionism. But
what is this, fucking Star Wars or the movie Dune? They're fighting terrorists to the death because they're suicidal terrorists willing to die in the process to prove a point because they're brainwashed and stupid like you, Jack.
John, please.
I had something I was gonna.
Bev lives pissed off like 5 people in the room that are dumb, yet she's here listening. What does that make you, Bev? What does that make you, you fucking douchebag? Bev and Ash, they're fucking sick, demonic people. Saying that everybody's dumb. Cyrus a simp, saying that she's intelligent. She's a great mother. He doesn't even know these fucking people.
Daniel, I was
You guys who are fighting in the chat is so
We're
fucking
talking about
weird.
Hamas is a win, and I said that Hamas is wrong. It will not be a win. They could have had, there was a problem. And if we achieve our goals, and that it's not a win, but if this is what they want to tell themselves in their made-up world of fact, then enjoy the win. I would have delivered it. This is basically a summary of.
You see, my friend, you can still win in the chat, even though if you can't win in the audio version. There's still communication happening in the chat. And don't forget, everybody, Jack here, Amir, Edward, Mikhail, they're all getting their front doors pushed in by the FBI because they're terrorist promoters, terrorist supporters. And when they push it in, Jack, and they drag you out by your hair, and you're screaming, please, just give me my phone. I want to go on Clubhouse to document my arrest. Go ahead, Jack. Just scream it out when you get that chance. Thanks, everybody.
Everything but the shit.
okay.
Are being dangerous. Well, it's just weird to me. It's weird that there's
don't
this
ruin the
fat
stage,
loser here.
conversation on stage.
Bev, are you fat?
The conversation, are you new to Clubhouse? It's a waste of time.
I have her phone number and her picture. How do you work? And Ash, do you know what I do?
Maybe we will unite. Either we will go to the chat or we bring the chat here. But this is a bit like the people.
I suggest turn off the chat.
I suggest continuing to discuss the chat on stage. That's what I suggest.
I suggest we do a poll.
We have a poll. We have a poll going. Vote in the poll.
Listen, they recently gave a poll to over 1.2 million Palestinians, and they said, would you rather see Hamas defeated and in exile and obliterated from your lives forever, or would you continue that they want to fight the war to the death? 99.9% of Palestinians said, Hamas, puh!
But not Jack.
I'd like to invite Bev to the stage. Page Bev B. User has already been invited to this room.
She won't come. Neither will Ash. They won't
It's
come.
very weird behavior. Why would you? Why
Because
would
they're
you
fans.
on
They're
Clubhouse?
losers.
What is the point? Ash has gone.
Yeah. Not. Next is.
I also want to say AIPAC just upped their donation from 10,000 to 30,000. Thanks, Dr. Schwartzman.
Zionists love Zionist people. I'm literally begging her to join the stage. I'm begging her to join the stage. Please join the stage.
Who I will also invite, so she doesn't feel like she's doing the thing.
Yeah, make me a mod. Let me invite her too.
Well, I would make you a mod, but you were playing music earlier. It was very.
Well, I was trying to shut Jack up while the infomercial was going on about the FBI.
You can play music, but only if it's Bob Marley or Modest Yahoo.
All right.
What about
Or Zach Delaware. You can play Zach Delaware.
You don't like Shlomo Karlbach?
Can you play a song, baby?
Wait,
Yeah. Tell me.
Shema. Let's do the Shema.
The song is
There?
Serge, S-E-R-G-E, Serge.
Yeah. Gainsbourg?
Gainsbow.
Yeah. Okay. And what song?
It's called Couleur Cafe. C-O-U-L-O-U-R.
My name is Tommy C.
Got it. It's playing right now for a second. All right. And then you can. It goes on too long in a second. Here we go.
לאדוני אלוהינו הרחמים והסליחות לאדוני אלוהינו הרחמים והסליחות אל נא תשת עלינו חטאת حتى نصرين سلاح لانو ينصرين שמع ישראל
Clown, waste of time.
Financial
I'm open to debating with people if there's Palestinians in here or Palestinian supporters who want to make the case that what Palestinians desire is peace. I think the case can be made. If you're in the chat and you're saying free Palestine all day, you're welcome to join the stage and make the case that all the Palestinians want is peace. And you can try to argue and get me to see the truth, which is that all the Palestinians want is peace. I don't believe that's true, and I think that people who are talking about that are stupid.
I think that Bev is a stupid person. So I don't know. I mean, I guess we can just have trolls in the chat and we can just listen to music. But I think it's weird when the trolls in the chat are saying that we don't want them to speak or that we're silencing them or something like that. Grace is always talking about hate, like her people aren't the ones murdering children. So the notion that Israel is murdering children is a lie. The only people who say that are stupid, hateful people.
And Grace doesn't hate.
Silence people.
And Grace
That's
doesn't
a
ever
stupid
use
thing
that
to
word.
say. I think, Bev, you're a stupid idiot.
You've asked her to come on stage like 20 times. How are we silencing
Yeah,
her?
she's saying, but so she's just lying. I mean, these people just lie. I think that it's really important to just say. Anybody was saying, I just saw a video today of Palestine, and there's children in the streets, full of children in the street, and they're dropping leaflets on the children, warning them, hey, remember, we're having a war against your parents, the Hamas fighters, so be careful. Last time I was here, BB invited me on stage thinking he was going to bully me. He got outsmarted and then I got gulagged. Well, I'm much smarter than BB. No offense. Just joking. But I mean, try it again. Feel free to try it again. BB is a different person. BB is my friend who is a moderator. Currently.
my friend.
See, my friend, I can do this. Zach, don't you know that this debate won't create peace? Only Torah, only Tanya, only pre-programmed wisdom. There's no programming wisdom coming out of these debates. I hate to break the bad news for you. Do you got 60 seconds for Tanya?
Only wisdom creates peace.
You need to do like a Duracell commercial.
This debate won't create peace.
I'm telling you, do you gentlemen have 60 seconds for Tanya? Do you even care about Torah?
Dude, debunk what I said. What did you say? Grace's people are the ones killing children. That's the most recent claim that was made.
Let me ask you a
Like
question.
her people
I
aren't
wear
the
a
ones
disguise or a
murdering children,
costume.
but Israel isn't murdering children. There's no proof that they are.
Charlie
So
didn't get the benefit
It's
of
bunk. What you said is bunk. You just said Israel is murdering children. There's no claim to debunk. It's not true. There's no evidence to support your claim. Therefore, it is bunk. Would you like to make another claim? I'm debating with Bev in the chat. I'm going to finish this cigarette. I'm going to go back and I'm going to have people. Excuse me, would you sign to help John Kitover defeat Darren LaHood? No.
All you got to say is, sir, do you have 10 seconds to defeat Darren LaHood? This is a congressional petition. They go, give it to me. Did you say Darren LaHood?
Oh, really? All right, well then, maybe you should pay more.
Listen, I don't even know if I might be getting ripped off and scammed at $1.50 a signature. I think people are just sitting there and maybe filling out, $15 sheets. I think that,
Proving you were lying. Laugh my ass off.
So she's
There's I could post pictures of 3 legged plastic hands. I could post pictures of women with 5, 6 fingers on their hand. A lot of AI pictures, a lot of body bags checking their phones, a lot of body bags moving around, a lot of people who are supposed to be crying and they turn into laughing. This is just trust me, bro, because I'm Jewish. No,
Did you say from the beginning of the war, one video where you can say something? Can you hear me?
yeah, I can, but I wanted to say, Dad, you're a dumb lady. But yes, from the beginning of the war, what was happening?
Zach, if you don't have anything nice to say, just don't say it. Just kick her from the room. Just don't do that to yourself in the chat, Zach. No, do you gentlemen even have 60 seconds for Torah? I would like to do a Tanya meditation.
I don't have the Tanya with me. I have my Rosh Hashanah booklet.
Well, go ahead. Give us 60 seconds from the booklet. Please, anything positive or intelligent. I like to think of this as an audiobook, and I've heard yet to hear anything intelligent.
How's that?
Ahad.
Ahad. people sterilizing Ethiopian Jewish women
Thank you,
to keep them
Daniel.
from having babies. First of all, that was like 20 years ago, and second of all, no. I think that was debunked as well. Ethiopian Jews being sterilized. You can just Google all this stuff. This is dumb. This is a waste of time.
No one was sterilized.
This is a waste of time.
Like,
You're a dumb lady saying
No,
Ethiopian Jews has nothing to do with Free Palestine. So if you want to care about Free Palestine, what are you talking about Ethiopian Jews? When you start talking about Ethiopian Jews, you're simply supporting my theory, which is that Free Palestine simply means fuck Israel. Free Palestine, they don't care about Palestine. Free Palestine is the same as Allahu Akbar. If you hear somebody saying Free Palestine, you better duck.
Zach, it's a mind virus. You have to break it with Tanya, something intelligent. You can't just smoke cigarettes and scream out these Free Palestine people are stupid. We know they're stupid. They're not reading anything.
Yeah, it's true. Anything else? Sire is in the chat. Free Palestine. So that means fuck Jews. So Sire is a black guy who hates Jews.
yeah.
I guess that's cool. So cool. What a surprise! A black guy who hates Jews. What a surprise!
No, it's like basically people that need to find other, like, basically a reason why they're failures will use Jews as an excuse for their failures.
Listen, do you gentlemen have 60 seconds for Tanya? Pick a number 1 through 50. This is going to be the last thing I say to the room. Oh, dear God. Here we go. Free Mangione, too, while we're at it. Just another LGBTQ rainbow liquor. Hey, gentlemen, do you have 60 seconds for Toy Tanya? I'd like to make a positive contribution to the room.
Yeah, free Luigi Mangione. And also, I do invite Bev onto stage. She said she wants to debate the other people because she has doesn't have mod powers and is afraid of being good. So she's always willing to debate me. First of all, about the Ethiopian Jewish women, they were not sterilized. They were given birth control that was active for 3 to 6 months, and because they're in refugee camps and.
Oh, Jesus, gentlemen. I'm sorry, but I take ownership for what I put in my brain. I can't listen to this Free Mangione rainbow liquor anymore. I'd like to read 60 seconds from Tanya. Sorry to interrupt you. You'll have your moment. Can anybody give me a number 1 through 25? And you're going to get 60 seconds of Tanya. Can't stand listening to this rainbow liquor. You want 13. I think I read 13 recently to yak off. This is called internal conflict. The in-betweener is judged by both inclinations, judged by them, not ruled by them. Also, everybody, take the deepest breath of the day while we're at it. The in-betweener listens to the claims of both inclinations and judges between them. When a physical desire arises, the left side of your heart is aroused to pursue it. This is the voice of the inclination toward selfishness. Bring that passion into the right side of your heart, where your intellect responds with the voice of inclination toward selflessness. Most often, the two inclinations are in conflict. So lift the matter to God, who will strengthen the goodness of the right, as our sages teach. Without God's help, the evil inclination could not be overcome. Since everyone has both good and evil inclinations, there is no sense in being judged by them, but only by how you handle them. The in-betweener lifts the competition to God. This is what is meant by the teaching, I set before you life and death, blessing and curse. Therefore choose life that you may live. If the word therefore is a command from God telling us which to choose, then there is in fact no choice at all. Choose life should not be read as a command, but rather as a consequence. Torah and Tanya are saying that if you clearly see that the right side speaks for life and the left side speaks for death, you will naturally choose life. The real choice is not between life and death, but between seeing and not seeing.
Thank you, John. I have to go back to synagogue, but I am going to make you a mod, okay?
Bye-bye. Busted up another move.
Lived in a time where there
You
wasn't
may
yet
want to
died,
consider
bro.
adding magnesium, L-threonate to your routine.
Unlike other forms of magnesium,
I'll give you $100 right now if you can prove it wrong.
Sir. Prove you wrong on what point specifically? There's a lot of wrong points.
Okay, so let's start with this one.
Two Martins?
Let's start with this one.
Listen, happy Rosh Hashanah, everybody. Shavua Tov. Gekachen lichtig in dein Augen and Fush der Reboinen Shaloyloim. I hope this blast from my shofar helps eliminate the mind virus and the chillism syndicate of loser low IQ people who can't give it up. It's the worst toxic community.
Overwhelmingly younger, more female, they're more LGBT coded, they're very focused on immigration, and
Listen, all you LGBTQ Democrats, happy Rosh Hashanah. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
fucking knock on his shoulder, we're gonna quit. And
That is not what happened, Bart. That is
Hello?
not what happened.
Wait, let him finish. Hold on, what do you say?
Sorry, but that's just a
Okay, so I'm gonna land my plane. The
Hello?
majority of Democratic Party voters are working class. They have working class consideration. Whereas the activists in the party, they're not evil, but the activists
Just call him a
have
gypsy,
more
like a-
educated backgrounds. The activists demand things like trans surgery, women and girls sports,
An actual physical
open
rub.
borders. I'm not
Or
criticizing
unless
the activists. I'm not saying the
something
activists
happened
in the
on-
party are evil, but their values, their morals, their ethics are so totally opposed to the voters that they doom the party to lose the next four elections. Not done.
This is the Republican speaking. The shame Democratic people. That was crazy.
yeah.
They
That's
charged
some
you people in real
leftist
time.
arrangement syndrome.
moved it to like activists.
So what actually happened in the Harris thing was
Dang,
Harris
y'all both
Harris
together.
wanted to go
All right.
on Rogan. She shifted her entire schedule to go on Rogan.
So that was politically correct. They just kicked me from the room. And they've been doing a lot of the YouTube notifications on me, but they haven't stopped me. And every complaint that they submit, I counter that I own the copyright, the IP, and that these are malicious reports. So, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but more often than not, it's not a problem. And YouTube knows what I'm doing, and just so everybody knows who these people are and what they support and what they're talking about. But we're gonna hop back in. We got a new account, a new private account, and we're going to jump back in. Record document. What's this file over here?
the people, the popular movements, whatever, of the right, they don't go against them. They don't correct them. They don't, if anything, they rile them up. They say, yes, that and more, Trump, I'm going to be your retribution, right? That kind of thing. And then it feels like on the left, they're always trying to moderate people. So, like, I don't know, let's say, like, on the Gaza issue or whatever, it's like, it's a more moderating response. It's like, yes, we hear you, valid, and also, we need to think about this, and there's this consideration, and da-da-da. So, you know what I'm saying? So, it's like the right is like, helping them start their fires on their side, and the Democrats are like trying to put out the fires that the left is starting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think it's a miscalculation on the side of the left, because typically you want to leverage fervor on your party, not constantly cool it down. Like, I think Democrats are afraid of their base in a lot of ways, because they'll lose good jobs. They'll lose good jobs. That's what happens. Republicans, they don't even care if you assassinate their leaders. They'll be like, yo, we'll just turn it into like a issue to further chin up the base. It'll all be red meat. Like, they don't give a shit, because like the thing that they want is like, they have a clear vision of the future. They want an all-white, Christian, heteronormative state. And they are willing to make sacrifices in service to that. Democrats are not, they don't have the same vision for the world that they want. Democratic leaders, quite frankly, are fine with things as they are. They are not a party of change. They do not have a clear-eyed vision towards a shared goal. And until they're able to articulate one that is agreed upon by the electorate, they will always be able to be taken advantage by any crazy who at least has like a real vision for the future. And that's what Republicans are. They're crazy people that know exactly what they want, which is literally, like, by definition, the American way.
Nobody cares how you suck a dick, son.
So,
we
like,
don't want to have to pay for your
doing the things that appeal to Americans, because we think risks are scary. That's just how we move as a party. It's not working. But we'll see. These midterms, everybody, these midterms are going to be gangbusters. We're going to do it all.
And the thing is that whatever these, popular movements are on the left, there is often a backlash to them. And the fact that Democrats were maybe trying to be a moderating voice to those movements, they never really get credit for that with the voters, right? Like, the backlash is going to happen against, anyone on the left, whether they were like, protesting for Gaza, or they were the ones that weren't pushing for humanitarian aid to go in, or whatever. Like, they all get painted with a broad brush, like, by the voters, and that backlash comes to all of them. So I don't really see what the win is for Democrats to be this moderating. Like, they're already going to suffer the backlash of it anyway, and they also don't get the benefit of, they have tampered down the enthusiasm to vote for them on the left, and they haven't lessened the backlash that they're going to get from everyone else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. So I think we think of the Democratic Party as like one big, beautiful, sorry. I've had that in my mind because Trump has moved away from one big, beautiful bill. Anyways, this is a really big country, and every district or state or whatever that a Democrat represents is not progressive. I think that we're going to have to better understand that there are places where the Mamdani thing is not going to work. And somehow, because we talk about elections primarily in a national way, there's no room for like the nuance, right? Like, there's no room for understanding that Marie Gluesenkamp Perez in Washington State is going to have to do something different than, I don't know who's super progressive, Pramila Jayapal,
Yeah, but that happens.
But literally, the Republicans are doing exactly what you just said we can't do. I think what you're saying makes total sense. Is at a local election, you might have to run it a little bit different, but now these are the 4 or 5 things we're going to stick to, and this is all we're going to talk about. We can't talk about every single thing. Like, honestly, I know multiple people came off mute when Bart was talking, which I'm confused because he was Homer a second ago. But honestly, the things he was talking about were things that people in round circles that I was around, so people were talking about. And people were like, man, I'm really, I have these values matching up to what the Democratic Party is doing right now. I disagree on this point. So there has to be a point where we look at the fact that what the Republican machine is, they literally are bringing together hardcore racists, and evangelicals, who are very similar, by the way. But the bottom line is, we have to look at that and go, wait a minute, why is that working? Oh, because at the highest level, they're picking, these are the major things we're going to work on. They acted like Project 2025 didn't even exist during the election. And I was in this room screaming that that it did exist, and that it's coming, and then now they're putting it in place. But truth be told, during the election, they pushed that aside because they wanted to win. At some point, the Democratic Party should be like, okay, let's focus on voters' rights. That's one. Let's focus on education. Let's focus on healthcare. Let's focus on racism. Those 4 should be good.
Yeah.
As a party, maybe we shouldn't bring up reparations because we're not in agreement. Maybe as a party, we shouldn't bring up transports because we're not in agreement. Maybe as a party, we shouldn't bring up these things because the party is not in agreement on a lot of things.
But Trump did that. So the unifying force, right? The person who is able to make all of these conflicting ideas and ideals cohere to voters, right? Like, and become a point of rallying was the person of Trump. Like, that's why I think we're gonna need a remarkable candidate, and then all of our hopes and dreams get funneled into the candidate, and then they say this is the positive vision for the future of America, and we all buy in, and we live happily ever after in a severely diminished democracy.
So why did Al Gore lose?
The Brooks Brothers riot.
No new taxes. They got united behind a party. Wait, was that no new taxes here?
No new taxes is George H.W. Bush.
Yeah, that
Gore lost because Clinton got his dick sucked.
I think Gore lost because Bush was a more charming candidate, and the Chads in Florida.
It's because the Supreme Court didn't let them keep counting the votes because they're corrupt.
The point I was trying to make was this doesn't just start with Trump. I think Trump has been the perfect piece to fit into this, but I don't think it just started with him. I think that it's looking more like Obama was an anomaly of somebody that was able to pull more of the country together.
I have evidence that Brian is
I don't
correct.
think Obama was an anomaly at all. I don't know why you would say that. Why would Obama be an anomaly?
Because there's nothing else like him anywhere.
Was an anomaly.
They can only one. There's no other Barack Obamas.
There's 3 people talking though.
There's no other Barack Obamas in the country. Can you name 2?
Shapiro and
Well,
you
could I
can ask all
respond?
you want to. You asked me to name 1 or 2, and I did. So if you don't like them, that's just not my problem. But you asked me, and those are my choices. So can you name?
Ain't nobody burning up Barack Obama's house in his own state.
1.
Lisa, I never interrupted anyone on stage, and I mostly kept my mouth shut. But I think Shapiro would be a terrible candidate because all the people that hate Israel, and there's a lot of people in the Democratic Party that hate Israel and wanted to.
I don't know
They
who
will vote
I
against
mean,
him.
never interrupted anybody.
Well, I haven't interrupted anyone today. Is that fair to say?
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you, Bart.
Okay, so today I haven't interrupted anyone, and the proof that Brian is correct, be very brief here, is I just got back from Europe. The exact same policies Kamala to lose are causing elections in Europe to swing the other way. In the UK, Nigel Farage
What
is
does that
about
have to
to
do with
become.
Obama being an anomaly?
Well, the answer is Obama was able to bring America together,
Mm-hmm.
and the Democratic Party policies
Did
forced
he
on by
really?
the activists today don't.
Did he really?
They can't. Yes, he did. He brought America together. He
Oh,
won
won
did. So
landslides.
all those people
won
who
land-
were just hiding, those racists. No. The racists just went underground, sir.
And they voted.
I mean, there's lots of
All of us
Obama Trump
together.
voters.
A lot of those racists voted for that Negro and then regretted it. I'll never vote for a
A
Negro
lot of
again.
racists.
Yes, many racists voted for Obama.
Wow. Where's the paper on that, please?
Well, one thing that I
Racists
point to,
voted
Bart
for
is
Obama.
one of them.
I mean, there's many papers on it.
Oh, I didn't know you were a racist, Bart.
Bart voted for Obama. He's racist as hell.
And I voted for Clinton.
Yeah, man. Racists be making good decisions every now and then politically. They used to make good decisions. Racists used to make healthy democratic decisions all the time.
Democratic Party was a big tent under Clinton and won landslides. You got to get back to that time or else keep losing.
Hold on,
All
say that
the
again.
racists vote for a black
Say that
man.
again, hold on,
I'm gonna do a
English. Say
study
that
on
again,
that
one
in
more
a room, please. Thank you.
Say that again. I hear what you said, but
What I said was Bill Clinton brought together a huge tent and he won slides. And the people that are not copying Clinton are the reason the party keeps losing. The activists that refuse to emulate Clinton guarantee that the party will lose the next 5 presidential elections. Clinton has the only formula for winning, in my humble view.
it's a different climate. This is not 1992, brother. Respectful. Nothing close. We are never going back.
Oh, I mean, Clinton's why we're all here right now.
Ever.
Clinton honestly created an environment for this all.
Are
No, actually,
never
Clinton was smart enough.
going
I'll let my opinion. Clinton was smart enough to run on the issue of deporting all
We are
illegals.
never
And because he
going
ran on
back.
yeah, but just let me finish and then you can criticize. Policy, the policy of deporting 100% of illegals is so popular in Europe and in the U.S. that any Democrat that refuses to deport illegals,
Bart
I guarantee
Simpson.
will lose. That's an unpopular statement to say in this room, but I have receipts and I'm done speaking.
We're past the immigration.
Clinton's strategy is going to work in 2026. Like, come on, let's keep it real. Stop it.
Hey, I think Bart doesn't get listened to in white rooms because if I was white and I got treated the way Bart does, I would be talking to y'all every day.
He said he's Hispanic, yo.
I don't know, man. I don't think so.
Dude be changing up. That's that fucking, what's his real name? Diego.
Bart is a white guy. He got to be Cuban or something.
Oh, shit. He's definitely not Cuban because they're a lot less watered down with their racism. And I don't even know if he's racist. Well, no. Let's not even get into it. All I'm saying is, no.
So if shit gets like really
Obama
bad.
won his elections because people wanted to see a change in the country, and you could equate that to why Trump won, at least the first one. But people wanted to see something.
Here's my opinion on the strategy moving forward. I think the Democratic Party, all of us that vote on a regular basis, that vote consistently, it's time for us to be taken advantage of. We're not going anywhere. Post MAGA, we're definitely going to vote blue no matter who. The party is at the whims of the people that sat out in the last election, particularly in the swing states. And if we don't play to them and make sure that they come out, nothing fucking matters. That's how I feel.
Do you think a democratic process that allowed for a primary would have helped or hurt Kamala? Because I think it would have probably hurt her, but maybe helped the country. If she just had to fight for it.
She would have won the primary?
Yeah, I think it would help.
I think she would have won the primary.
I don't understand why people are harping on this.
Stepped up.
Harping on what? It was dull and it was a lull in the conversation.
I don't think it's useful.
Oh, it's book week. We'll talk about this during book week. All right, I'll save all
I think she would have won the primary.
6 months after she gets.
You don't think she would have won the primary?
I don't know. I just think it would have been better if we had a primary.
Who would have beat her? Who would have beat Kamala?
I didn't say any. What is going on? I said I don't know.
It would have been better
if we had a primary.
I got you. Of course. I think so too. Yeah. Sure.
You can split their base even further. You know what? I'm falling into it. Never mind.
Hold on. I think enough, Kamala. I think Americans like to feel like they had a democratic process, and they didn't feel that way about how Kamala was chosen. And I think
that is a talking point that the conservatives, and this is I'm frustrated.
All right, forget it. I don't want to talk with you like this. It's
No,
supposed
I
to be a yelling thing, and I don't want you to.
Like this. Like we've gotten along for like 5 minutes, and that's a record for us. So I get what you're going for, but the point is this: I think one of the biggest weaknesses of the liberals is the fact that conservatives define who the liberals are, what their talking points are, they reframe it all, and then they say the liberals think this, when the liberals have not thought this, and they spread it all over the place. They own the landscape of, describing and defining who and what the liberals are. There weren't a whole bunch of people demanding a primary 107 days before the election. That is something that a bunch of, coonish mofos with talking points came into our spaces and claimed. There's no truth or evidence to that.
Is it really
even if it was true, how dumb could you be when you have 107 days until election to take time to now introduce new people who some people will fall in love with and host a primary? I mean, it's just stupid on its face, and it just really annoys the heck out of me to hear that thrown up over and over again. Do you think that the Republicans give a damn about traditions and political mores and all of that shit?
You just don't want to do it, but you gave me a TED talk. You can't do this. We gotta both agree not to do it.
Look, I ain't talking to you, Artie. Nobody's here for you, Artie. I'm just saying what I think.
Okay.
I'm the leader of this group. I'm the singer. I got runs.
What the fuck is going on?
I go up, down. I got range.
All right, is it hard to say that Biden just should have set it out, and maybe that was the problem?
They
Like,
should have
he should not have ran. He said that he was only going for one term. That's what he should have did. I mean, if we want to, he fucked it up. If there's a blame, it has to be on him. Like, why is this hard to say?
And that bitch Karen Jill. I just want to put that out there.
You know what? I don't like. Can you not?
It is what it is.
Their word. What the fuck?
I got it off my chest. It felt better. I feel much better having said it. I know Jill did this shit to us. I know Jill took
Did you get the blood off your chest too?
She took advantage of that decrepit man in his moment of decline.
Next.
And went for
Did
power.
Did you guys hear what Laura Loomer, I think her name is, said about Jasmine Crockett?
Yes.
Now that is a bitch.
Okay.
That chiseled broad. She looks like a bad guy out of fucking James Bond. What's the one with the metal teeth in James Bond? What's that motherfucker's name?
No, Mel, I didn't hear it, Mel.
She said she called her a ghetto ass.
Okay, I can play this if you want.
It's more to the
Because there's a lot of chaos going on in this room.
It's on Twitter.
It's been going on for the last 72 hours.
Fucking wall.
Very, I don't know. You put the word in sentence.
It's inexcusable violence, and it just looks like she wants to be one of these. All right, when I say she, I'm talking about Jasmine Crockett. She wants to be like this. I don't know, like this caricature, right? Like this ghetto boosang, like, hey, look at me, I'm some gangsta black bitch, and I'm about to pop a cap in your ass, and we're gonna fight the white man and the patriarchy, and I'm about to go get my hair did, and look at my nails. Like, she just talks like filth. She just doesn't know how to speak proper English, and I know that she actually does know how to speak proper English because there are people who have actually done side-by-side videos of when she ran for Congress originally, and she was like, yes, hi, my name is Jasmine Crockett. I grew up Catholic, and I grew up in a black family, and she's like talking like normal, trying to speak like a normal person as opposed to speaking Ebonics, and like this, look at it.
This is where we at.
It's important to analyze this though. when Republicans talk like this, they're literally telling you they're intimidated by black AAV, by black voices. Like, they know if you speak white, if you sound whiter, you're less dangerous. And the blacker you sound, the more dangerous and the harder it is for them to deal with you. And so the argument is to remove her blackness because they're literally getting cooked by her on the mic.
That's such an absurd. I'm sorry. What a ridiculous analysis.
It's not a ridiculous analysis. Being black helps. It's culturally valuable. Sounding black is
the idea that Laura Loomer would be intimidated by the presentation of blackness.
She is.
So
definitely afraid of it.
after she mentioned that, then she went on Twitter.
Got a black voice like that.
Can y'all hear me?
I could get my clock it up.
Hello.
I'm sorry.
I don't know why you hating on yourself. You know you got it in there.
Come on, Doctor.
You have to move him down. You have to.
All right. So after that came out, she went on Twitter and she said, "It hurts my heart that we have ghetto black bitches who hate America since serving in Congress." The next tweet was, "Ghetto. I guess I finna watch my back. God forbid Shaniqua pops a cap in my ass. You feel me? Question mark."
You know, Mel, I have a question.
It's way more than that.
Where are we? Hold on, y'all.
Oh, you have more tweets, just I just have those two.
Yeah, I have a question.
It was way
Now,
more.
we're saying it's because it's blackness, right? But my question is, you know, this kind of openly racist attack, it seems to me that it's only, they're only capable of doing this with black women. So I want someone to just correct me if I'm wrong. Would she have gotten away with this if she was talking about a black politician?
No.
Okay, now why not? Thank you.
Why wouldn't she say this about a black male politician?
Oh, I didn't ask about why. I'm just saying because I'm hearing this kind of openly, proudly racist attack. Black bitch, this, that, and the third. I'm hearing it over and over again with black women who are standing up for democracy. And I'm not hearing a groundswell of pushback from anybody, to be quite honest. But I want to know, would this fly if it was done against a black male politician or advocate for the liberals?
Of course I would. You think racism?
Because something here. We're getting on to something.
No, we're not. You don't want to say anything. What are you saying?
Yeah, they call that one dude APAC Shakur. Like, racism is back. It's just in vogue.
Yeah, it's the Laura Loomer is racist to everybody.
I like what Dr. Particular.
Got it.
I like what Dr. Particular said in the chat. She wouldn't have gotten away with offending a black man because a black woman would have come to his aid.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Y'all turned
black men saying it as well. She got away with saying it because you probably heard black maggots saying it too.
That too, Deborah. That's also true.
This is insane. Y'all are turning a white woman's racist statement against a black woman into like a black man. That is what you just.
Breathe for a second and listen to what we're talking. Yeah, breathe for a second.
Black men are literally defending right now Jasmine Crockett. Black men are literally up and down social media.
That is black maggots. We're talking about her in this very room.
Over and over again.
About her eyelashes and how ghetto she was in this room.
How many of us here are MAGAs? You just said black men. You didn't say black MAGAs. They said black
men. I said black maggots because you running your mouth so you can't hear. Because you just talked.
I'm not arguing with you.
I said black maggots. I didn't say black men. I said maggots.
Understand how injustice it is to get off the subject of Laura Loomer and talk about black men. Y'all see how silly that shit is?
That's a silly result.
Y'all, this is embarrassing. It really
MJ, this is not about black men. Okay, because there are
particular made it about black men, and y'all surfaced the comment like it was wicked.
Jesus, I am asking you all to see the dynamic that it is okay to be open season in the most vile, racist way against Black women who are speaking up for democracy. That is what I'm saying. So if you're feeling hit, that's on you. What I'm saying is,
Black men won't protect them.
Well,
Protect y'all.
if you could just chill for a second and allow me to finish a sentence, then maybe you wouldn't have to be so defensive. What I'm saying is, if this kind of thing was said against Cory Booker or something like that on a public, national TV show or whatever, I personally believe, and I could be wrong, that even white people would stand up for against this in a groundswell that could not be taken.
Amazing.
I believe this. And okay, so prove me wrong. Go ahead, MJ.
It's just ridiculous to think that Black men listen to this and are not entirely disgusted. The first person I saw repost this thing online on my IG feed, which is basically when it first dropped, was fucking DL Hughley. And he's fucking furious. Like, there's so many. I don't know if you don't see the Black men because you don't follow the Black men, or you don't care to see what their opinions are. But it's disgusting to us. What are you saying? I don't understand where you're coming from with this shit. I really don't.
Listening, because I didn't say Black men are the only people involved. What I said was the taste, or I should say the distaste for this kind of behavior against Black female advocates for democracy. Please listen to what I'm saying. It is not as high as it with any other demographic in the United States, in my humble opinion. I didn't say that Black men ain't shit. What I said is the groundswell would be different if it was any other demographic doing this. If Pete Buttigieg was attacked according to his sexuality in using gay slurs and all that shit, and I'm not just talking about some rando on the internet, I'm talking about on news medias and all this kind of stuff, this would be different. I don't see people getting the Jasmine Crockett treatment, including Black male politicians. I don't see it. I'm done.
I do agree with Sister that there is a particularly nasty ire directed towards Black women electeds. That Black women electeds, they now represent in a racist imagination, like all of the failures of the welfare state and the DEI regime and failed democratic party politics and cultural Marxism. I agree.
I happen to think that there's a difference in mindset between a Black man and a Black MAGA male. And I know specifically that I heard Black MAGAs calling her ghetto.
Rabbanu Shalom.
Anthony.
I have a room open right now called Black Americans, Liberals, and Democrats. And we're listening to Black women talk shit about Black maggots.
Not Black men.
Wow.
They're in the Matrix, though. You want me to start your room out with 60 seconds of Tanya? Pick a number 1 through 50.
But we don't really have to. I mean,
7?
it doesn't have to be a horrible off. I think it was just a.
Okay, this is your number 7 from the Alter Rebbe. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. This is called using the body for good. Physical desire is necessarily selfish. Seeing the body as an end in itself. rather than a means of divine service. Yet even physical desire contains a spark of holiness. And because this is so, physical desire, while rarely self-transcending, can sometimes be steeped in compassion and goodness. For example, eating a meal of fat beef and spiced wine is a neutral act, but if done to make your mind more receptive to the teachings of Torah or to honor the Sabbath and festivals, your intention to serve God elevates the act and all involved in it in its service to God, because everything is a part of God. Everything can be used in the service of godliness. The Talmudic sage Rava claimed that drinking wine made him more receptive to discovering the inner meanings of Torah.
Love it. Thank you, John.
Oh, wait, it's not finished. The same can be said of humor. If a joke is told to sharpen the mind and to uplift the heart, it is in service to God. This is what is meant when we say an action is permitted. It is permitted because it releases the self from the bonds of selfishness. Rava was said to punctuate his Torah lessons with humor. Mutar, permitted or released, a rabbinic category of permitted actions, because mutar means both permitted and released. The Alter Rebbe sees the second meaning as the rationale behind the first. Permitted, released. The in-betweener is not an ascetic. The pleasures of the body are not denied to you. On the contrary, they are there for you to hollow. For example, if eating and drinking are done solely to please the self, their full potential is not realized. When you eat and drink to sustain your life so that you can be of service to God and others, then the act of eating and drinking is hallowed. This is why permitted actions are called mutar, those deeds that release the narrow self into the greater reality of God and godliness. They are not simply permitted, but have the potential to unchain you from the constrictive illusion that you and the world you inhabit are separated from God and the universe as a whole.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Did you really call the FBI?
Who was that? He's just a white man on Instagram.
Nick, I think that's Nick Fuentes. Is it Nick Fuentes?
No.
Okay.
No.
You can get angry at me if you want. You can pretend.
Yeah, he does have some YouTube. He has a YouTube. I'll put the link in the chat.
He definitely did business.
I mean, it can be both, right?
That she's both a grifter and a grieving widow?
Yeah, I mean, Erica, there's something about that kind of evangelicalism that is very familiar to me. There is a performance aspect of it. And so the way that, because, Erica is crazy good. She has multiple degrees from Liberty University. I think that she believes in her mind that this performance of carrying on and running with the torch, right, and not letting these work die, that's a part of the work that God has called her to do. But there's something inherently exploitative in that, right? It's inherently opportunistic. I don't think that she can separate the exploitation and the grifting from the grieving.
Opportunistic for the Lord.
I mean, that's a lot of evangelicalism, I'm not gonna lie. Especially the white evangelicals.
So I have
confirmed, well-documented connections. Erica Kirk, before her role at Turning Point USA, competed in Miss Arizona USA in 2012, then went on to compete in Miss USA. At the time, Miss USA was part of the Miss Universe organization, which Donald Trump co-owned. This is often cited as one of her earliest connections to the organizations Trump was involved in. Just want to throw that out.
But that is a plus for her base, though. And so,
over and over again,
even though what you're saying is true, and you know how, that looks to people who have sense, the MAGAs actually think that makes her qualified in some way to lead. I know what I'm saying sounds crazy, but I've heard them say this quite a few times over the course of this past week. If you really think about it, look at, let's just put it this way, a good number of the people who are being installed as leaders really were like reality TV people. These were people who were in news. They are people who were in social media. These are people who are very good at reading from a script and saying what they have to say. And so I personally believe that they are there to just be elocutors and not governors in any sense. They are there to be told what to say and to say it in an effective manner. And she would be very good at that. And so even though we know that she, what she is and how she is, we have to remember what her task is going to be. So instead of fighting what she says, we should discredit the liar. And what do I mean by that? We need to start using their own sexism against her. And I know that's dirty, and I know that's against a whole lot of people's morals, but they have no problem doing the same in different ways to the left. So if women are supposed to be in the home, if they're supposed to be submissive, if they're not supposed to lead men, then we need to be bringing that up to their base who actually believes that shit. But if we treat her with the respect and dignity that pretty much everybody deserves, I hate to say it, but, we're just going to end up, having a new Corazon Aquino for the fascists in the USA. She's going to put on that black veil of mourning, and she's going to wrap it around our faces and choke us with it if we don't actually take the gloves off and go after that woman. I'm just...
Okay. I'm just going to co-sign. That's all, because I don't fucking like these people. These white fake Christian evangelicals are the biggest threat to every marginalized population in America and the entire world. Full stop. That's it. They are violent, destructive, they're liars, they're anti-democracy, they're fascist, authoritarians, every single one of them. And I suppose a few are good people.
Yeah, they'll settle for nothing less than domination, and that's their worldview and their most deeply held belief, right, is that Christ should be the head of everything, and that anything that is not under the dominion of Christ as they define him is, Babylon, is evil, is wicked, and that it's God's will that he should rule over everything. And that's why they're here on earth, is to make sure that happens. Like, I like what Ron Howard said. He said, I'm not against prayer in school, and anyone is free to pray in school anytime they like. I'm against compulsory prayer. It's not just that they want to pray a particular way. They want to force everyone else to do it. So there's no compromising with them, and that doesn't come from us. That comes from their side, right? What bond can lightness have with dark? That's their belief system.
I just came up.
So hashtag these crusades.
You just came up here because I got to get back to work real quick. But I did want to ask, did you guys happen to cover the Joy Reid podcast where she talked about these people in Desley? You know, and the fact that they're just miserable people that just don't like each other. You know, they won the House, they won the Senate, they won the lower house. They're winning these bills where they're literally just picking people up and deporting them. And they're still majorly unhappy. I mean, to the gross point, like you guys had Matt Cooley here, and it's funny because I called this shit out several times. These people don't like each other. They want to come to the cookout, and they can't. Because they want them to force, and to your point, Lily, they want to force their little, their Christian beliefs down our fucking throat. But at the end of the day, because, you know, we don't accept it, they're unhappy. I remember when after Trump got booted out of the White House the first time, there was a report by the New York Post, right? Or no, it was an article where they were talking about MAGA couldn't get a date because they're not getting laid. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen that shit before. You have to hide. They had to create their own little dating app so they can date each other. MAGA is not about. They want to force their thing, but they want to come to the cookout. But then at the same time, they can't. And we got what? You guys played Laura Loomer. Like, let's be very clear here about a woman who performed sexual acts in front of children at a children's goddamn fucking theater hall. These people aren't serious. These aren't serious people. Sister, you brought up the fact that all these people are just crisis actors, and that's it. They're there just you're at 100%. They're there just to put up a role. Don't believe me? Look at the Kash Patel interview. That shit was a joke. This man had no idea. He didn't even know what day it was. He used a private jet to go fly to a fucking game, and then it's like, oh, the people gave it to me. You know, you look stupid as fuck, and you look likely confused. But other than that, yeah, love the room. Hey, guys.
Okay, I have another video to play.
Hi, my name is Lex. I'm a nurse. I want to provide a little bit of light as to what is about to go down today regarding Tylenol and autism. Today, RFK Jr. and Trump are set to announce that Tylenol causes autism. There is no science that actually proves this. That should shock nobody. They are also likely going to tell you that leucovorin, folinic acid, is the cure. Now, what you need to pay attention to is the fact that iHerb, a company owned by Dr. Oz, sells leucovorin. Okay? Dr. Oz is also now the head of the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, the CMS. All the corruption, this is the argument to make all over again. Leucovorin is folinic acid. It's a form of folate, that's why words are similar. And unlike folate, folinic acid has a really easy time crossing the blood-brain barrier, meaning going from the bloodstream and into the brain. Now, is there science linking leucovorin and autism? Kind of. Generally speaking, people will cite one of 4 randomized control trials, all of which had varying levels of effectiveness. They had different outcomes, and they had completely different ways of measuring those outcomes. In one case, efficacy was completely reliant on one specific genetic variant in the participant. Needless to say, the science is inconclusive and way more studies need to be done. And it is definitely not definitive enough for the president to be peddling his buddy's supplement company, because that's what's happening.
Is it just me or does she got crazier eyes than Kash Patel? smell mad fishy.
I'm still over here pissed off about what that bitch said about Jasmine Crockett. Like, that shit got me tight. I don't know about nobody else, but it's like,
Look you, Brooklyn. Were you done, Brooklyn?
yes, I'm done because I'm so angry right now.
Yeah, because you know, it wasn't that long ago when a whole lot of people who call themselves liberal were calling for Jasmine Crockett's head for the Hot Wheels comment. You remember that? Where are those people?
Yeah. I will need probably 2, I'm guessing.
Can I make a recommendation for everybody? I made this recommendation before we got started with the election. Races are outside now. We saw what happened with Charlottesville on Donald Trump's first go round, and just the amount of racially motivated crimes. There was a black man that was hung in New York this past week off an overpass or whatever, another like suicide or whatever. Like, sounded to say that I would ask you, because y'all grown, but I would ask you to watch how you react and watch your own health, how you react to this. Laura Loomer's comments are made to be incendiary. They're made to get Brooklyn just like she's got. They're made to get you shook. They're made to get you outside. They're made to get you go beat a white woman's ass or whatever.
Something?
And they're made to put your ass in jail. So please, like, just understand that, like, it's the whole thing about like the sticks and stones thing where we little, like, this shit is just words. So you need to like really, everybody needs to try to get to that, because they're gonna do more. We're just getting started with this shit. Like, so just I'm saying it's gonna get worse before it gets better. Just understand that.
I'm angry though. Like, I could be angry about something that somebody said. That's, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
You're right, Brooklyn. You're right. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't, but like sister just came on here earlier. I got a daughter that deals with migraine. Like, when you let yourself get stressed and get your blood pressure up and all this stuff over stuff, they want you to be fucked up. They want you to like to not be able to.
Literally hard to have a woosah moment in this fucking administration. Like, you have pockets of happiness, but at the end of the day, when reality hits you for real, like, it's stressful. This shit it's stressful. I don't know if it's meant to be this way or whatever the case may be, but the only way for you to not be stressed out about it is to not think about it, and it's hard to not think about it when it's in your fucking face. Like, I literally turn myself away from everything and go silent for me to be in peace all the time.
Exactly, that's exactly what you need to do. You need to unplug sometime, like you don't need to unplug. And I'm just saying, do what you want. You're grown, but I'm just saying, if you're trying to like watch your health, definitely got to unplug from Clubhouse. You got to stay off social media. Like, don't watch this shit, because it literally. Think about it, this motherfucker's only been in office for like 8 months now or whatever. Like, and it's been like every damn day. Like, this is something different. This has felt like 2 years, and it's literally, and we're not. They're just getting warm, because like they say, after they get done with Project 2025, where somebody throws some percentage that they're through with that, then they're going to this Esther Project shit or whatever. It's like, I'm just saying, we're just getting started. So this shit with like, now they've had the Charlie Kirk thing. They have their martyr for free speech, that if anybody thinks that dude that they got the picture of that like killed him at the fall tournament, if anybody thinks that's the murder, then, you know, I mean, I got like, you know, a bridge in my fucking, I don't know, fucking Pecoya to say you. I'm just saying, that's just some bullshit. The man, his father got $1 million for turning him in, so he got the reward money. That's some bullshit. People have talked about the breakdown of the rifle. We all saw the person running across the roof. There was no rifle to be seen. Then they find this perfectly like wrapped rifle in the woods, and they find some Jane
other nations rally behind that nation and to defend it against the aggressor. So this would pull the United States. This has nothing to do with funding and 2%. That's a whole different discussion. So I just want to make sure. So when I said that Donald Trump said it, y'all quickly agreed. But now, if you know the ramifications would be a ground war, you're hesitant. Do y'all disagree with everything what Trump said without thinking?
So MAGA, I mean, so go. Just because, when it comes to NATO, we commit some of our, our men and women to that organization. True. But they still, listen.
What do you mean to the organization?
For example, Poland just shot down some Russian drones, but that was Poland doing that. America didn't shoot down those Russian drones. Poland did it. Now, if Russia would have responded, and then there's a flat-out war between Poland and Russia, yes, then we will back them up as allies, whether it's shipping weapons to them, giving them counseling, giving them training, all of that stuff. But that doesn't always mean we have to commit troops to a ground war with Russia. Support comes in all different types of shapes and forms. It don't always mean committing troops.
So, well, actually, you just said you didn't know what Article 5 was, and now you're telling me what's in Article 5.
Well, you said earlier that Article 5 says if you attack one, you attack all. Well, we could support.
So you would risk a larger war, whether we go in it with men to begin, say like World War II, a larger European war. You would, if Romania shot the plane down.
Bro, if there's a justification for us getting involved in the war, so be it.
I thought you liked, I thought you liked Trump DJ Fridays because he would not get us into war. Am I mistaken?
Yes, he's not the warmonger like the last gang of Republicans have been. Of course not. Right. He's not a neocon. He's not a globalist.
Changed it to the Department of War.
He changed it back to the Department of War.
He wants to fancy himself as a tough guy, war type of guy.
I've been in the Department of Defense fast since you know anything. But wait. How long has it been the Department of Defense? No, because you just said he changed it to the Department of War. That was always the name of it.
But that's irrelevant to the point that he.
Well, why'd you bring it up then if it's irrelevant? You just said that.
No, hold on.
You just said he changed it to the Department of War, and I told you that was always the name of it. They changed it to the Department of Defense because it was more of a PR stunt when they did that. I can even tell you the person who recommended doing it.
You're repeating yourself. I don't care.
So don't bring it up then. See, you like to bring up shit that you don't know nothing about, and when people push back, then you try to act like, well, what are you talking about? I don't care about that. But you the one who brought it up. This is your third time on this stage bringing up something.
Hey, to be fair, the password, Trump has changed. Go ahead, password. Rob, please. Go ahead. That's Fridays. You're missing something. Elephant-sized problem here. Your comprehension. I'm not saying I don't care about the Department of War thing. What I'm saying I don't care about is the fact that the length of time that it was called the Department of Defense or whatever.
For years. Porsche is an amazing car. Amazing car.
Difficult for you to track and follow. Is that you're saying, well, he's not really that much of a war-loving president, not like the other ones. He literally changed the Defense Department to the Department of War. He's literally had videos where he's like mocking and talking like violently attacking other nations and like being like fun and cool and like America like action movie about it. That's the point. I'm not talking. I wasn't saying the thing that I brought up is irrelevant.
So why did you bring it up?
This slow.
I want to pick your brain. Why did you bring that up? Why did you bring that up?
I just explained it, dog. What I'm saying to you is that you said 2 + 2 = 4. First of all, we can agree on that, right?
What does math have to do with what we're talking about?
Okay, never mind. We can't agree on that. Never mind. So, what I'm saying.
Wait. Let's unpack this. Wait. Why did you just bring a math equation into this argument?
Yeah,
It's called being facetious, bro. It's not something that
But why do you need to do that? Like, do you think that helps you win your argument?
No, I don't.
How often do you beat your girlfriend?
Yeah, that's a thing that has never happened in my life. Are you ready to get back to it?
Oh, you never had a girlfriend?
Huh? No, that's not what those words mean. Words seem to be really difficult for you. Can I just finish what I'm saying, please?
Wait, actually define what a word actually is.
Can I finish what I'm saying? No, I won't do that.
What year, what decade, what century did the word get invented?
Yeah, so I'm not going to do that. But what I am going to do is answer the first thing that you asked. Severely stupid question. So yeah, I brought up the Department of War because you were positing him as being somebody that is not a warmongering monster. That's why I brought that up.
Well, the Department of War could be a deterrent. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're about
But it's
war.
not, though.
That could be a
But it's
deterrent.
But it's not, though. So
We know how, like,
anything. You could say
like for example,
War is a program to.
you know why Trump is sending illegals to countries over in Africa and all around the world?
It's to scare the other illegals.
He's doing that as a deterrent to deter other illegals from coming to the country, and it's actually working.
That's why the debt prices are going up.
Hey, so Pass, no, I can just fuck with you, Pass, but for real, Pass, you gotta understand about some style of leadership. You know, America has stick power.
I'm not talking
about places like France.
I'm not.
They're more diplomatic, right? So when you're in a nation with stick power, what happens is they will posture these sticks as a deterrent. So he's pretty much letting the world know that if y'all want to go to war, we'll take you to war. And I'm going to name this department the War Department to let you know that we're war ready. Because sometimes that posturing can be a very big deterrent to actually going to war.
And what history says?
They do it with nukes all the time. Don't no country want to use nukes.
What
But
history
they posture
says?
these nukes. They posture these nukes to let the other country with nukes let them know that if you nuke us, we're going to nuke you 10 times.
What?
Yeah, we'll
Talk
blow
about
the
that
world up, but so be it. You started it.
First of all, that's very, very fucking stupid. Second of all, he's talking about using the Department of War like against like immigrants. Like he's like, we're gonna show them why it's called, the Department of War.
So he did that for immigrants?
So he's a shit monster. He's a warmongering person.
So he changed the.
What immigrants?
Wait. You just said he changed the Defense Department to the Department of War for immigrants.
What immigrants did he change it against?
That's not what I said.
You literally just said that.
No, I did not literally.
Maybe I misheard you.
Words are
What did
so
you say?
difficult for you. Yes.
What did you say? Maybe I misheard you.
What I'm referring to is like what I think is a tweet or something like that. One of them videos that he put on social media that came from like the White House. It said something along the lines of, "We'll show them why we changed it to the Department of War." I'm slipping my mind slightly, but that.
So
it negates. No, shut up for a second. It negates your. No, shut the fuck up for a second. It completely negates your concept of him being this anti-war person. That's what I'm talking about. Like the whole point.
He just said they changed to the War Department or the War Department for the immigrants.
No, that is not what I fucking said. That is absolutely not what I said. Why are words so difficult for you? They're extremely difficult. Very basic concept. I speak so precisely, and I pick my words very carefully. I absolutely did not say what you just said. I didn't even say something that was even close to that. I hope the replays is on so that niggas can see that that's absolutely not what I said. It is just speaking to a severe lack of comprehension on your on your side. It's not what I said.
So what did you say?
I did not say that you changed the Department of Defense for immigrants. I never said that. What I said, and I'm referring to some kind of social media post, and I'm even saying that the exact details of it are slipping my mind right now, but I'm quite certain that there's some social media where the White House posted something, and I think that they're even talking about immigrants, and he said they'll see why it's called the Department of War. That doesn't mean that they changed it to the Department of War for immigrants. It just means that they are going to enact war-like tactics on illegal immigrants and people that support them. How is this so confusing for you? It's really easy to see how people like y'all, like
ended up thinking that Trump was like the better option because there's just a severe lack of critical thinking. That's why you niggas seen Kamala Harris and Trump, and somehow, and I hate Kamala Harris, I'm not a fan of her. She very obviously was the better option. It's insane to think otherwise. You have to be a severely, unbelievably stupid or evil person to think otherwise.
Why do you hate Kamala Harris?
This shows it. Because I'm from Oakland, California, and I have had a lot of familiarity with her, and I do not like how friendly she has been with like SFPD, with Oakland PD, her refusal to hold police officers accountable. It's actually not any of the shit that people talk about in the media, because I know that those things are more nuanced, like the whole thing about like cannabis and things like that. She actually has done some progressive things in that department that a lot of people don't talk about. Like she actually did spearhead a program that was dedicated to rehabilitation and helping people who had been arrested for cannabis crimes and things like that. It's not that. It's actually her refusal to hold police accountable for things that happen out here in the Bay Area. There were egregious cases of racial profiling, of harassment, of police brutality that was targeted, people that were murdered, people that were beaten, and her refusal to hold them accountable because she was very like close and friendly with the police out here. You know, like they call her the top cop. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the truth. So yeah, there's plenty of reasons I don't fuck with her. I don't fuck with her stance on Gaza. I don't fuck with a lot of things about her. But if I don't fuck with her for her stance on Gaza, then I'm absolutely not fucking with the dude who is like sucking Netanyahu's dick, who literally is talking about flattening Gaza and like moving out of the. He's literally talking about ethnic cleansing. So yeah, I that's the thing about like presidents and leadership is it actually is unfortunately the lesser of two evils. And if anybody on this planet thought that Trump was the lesser of two evils, they're either an evil person who does not care about humanity, or they're a severely stupid person who was gullible enough to actually believe the things that Trump said.
Well, it was only like 80 million Americans, so it wasn't that many. It was like only 80 million. Really 90 million.
Yeah, and there's a huge problem with education in this country. Would you agree? You agree that there's a huge problem with education in this country, right?
Yeah, 10 other million for the Democrats didn't come out, so actually 90 million people agreed with Donald Trump on that. So I don't. That's stupid math. They say the numbers don't lie.
What does that have to do with what I said?
They say the numbers don't lie.
Numbers have context. What does that have to do with what I just said, though? How does that relate to what I said?
They're not going to be able to refute nothing you said, Pat Word. They're not going to be able to refute nothing you said, because everything he said is on par with what happened in the election. Even his honesty about his views on Kamala Harris. Like, he could have came out and said that he loved Kamala. Nah, his views was honest on that, but he understood that, hey, in a cycle like this is what we're getting. Unfortunately, hey, I'm not sure what you guys' political views were prior to 2016, but we know MAGA didn't exist. So I'm going to believe that the propaganda wave of MAGA really worked on you guys. That's all I can assume. Like, a lot of black conservatives on this app claim that they were Democrats at one point and then say that the Democratic Party left them type shit. And I'm starting not to believe that. I'm starting to believe that these were politically ignorant people from the beginning. And once somebody like Trump came around who could spew some of the rhetoric that they could get behind, like it's somebody in the chat that said Trump is running America in a masculine way. Like, what the fuck do that mean?
That means a lot. And if you don't understand that, what does that mean?
What does it mean?
You don't understand that basic.
I understand what masculinity is. I understand what masculinity means, but he's not doing a good job.
He's not running America like a beta male.
So what the fuck does that mean?
Like, if you look at Joe Biden,
he's a cuck to Russia.
Absolutely,
he's a cuck to Israel.
Like a beta male, though.
He's a cuck to Russia.
He absolutely is running the country like a beta male. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's a cuck to Russia. He's a cuck to Israel.
Hold on, Rob. He's bending over for everybody, bro. You over here sucking on Netanyahu's dick, bro.
Hold on, hey Rob, but seriously, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
President that we ever had.
Hold on, but Rob, wait, Rob, Rob. During the campaign, right? During Kamala Harris and Biden's campaign, I swear to God, bruh, Harris's campaign, I swear to God, bruh, every male that spoke at her rallies, every male that showed up for her was a gay male, bro. Literally every last one of them, bro.
That's just not true, but if that's all you saw, I'm not going to tell you what you saw. It's wrong.
And here's the point, but what, and then what?
That's because y'all support it, man. Y'all support that shit.
Well, what's the...
It ain't got nothing to do with me supporting. It ain't got nothing to do with me supporting what two people doing they bed. I don't give a fuck what two people doing they bed. I'm supporting certain policy that affects people like me. That's what I'm supporting. It ain't got nothing to do with supporting the LGBT community. And for the record, I ain't got no issue with them. They deserve human rights.
No, of course.
I ain't tripping about that. You feel me? But the fact that y'all... Here's the thing. Let me say this real quick. Kamala pivoted. This is the crazy thing. Kamala pivoted from the trans conversation. There's an interview that went out in like maybe June, May of 2024 where they asked her about that. And she politicianed the question. Man, it was the Republicans running the motherfucking me ads on Sunday football, making y'all believe that motherfucking transgender, who 1% of the population, who the bulk of us don't even motherfucking see, are somehow about to have our kids, like taking our kids out the bathroom. I'm a father of two girls.
And that's a whole nother issue. The fact that that's such a small percentage of the population, but yet seem like they had the largest voice in when it comes to...
What voice did they have?
Bro, for them...
That's kind of like...
What did they have?
That's kind of like you don't represent a lot of black men, but you yell the loudest.
Because you cannot ignore the fact that for the last 8 years, from TV, everything revolves around that community, bro.
That's not true.
And when it came to the...
For you, it does, but not in general.
Listen,
Nigga, what are you talking about?
Bro, when it came to the Democrats, you would thought that was just literally the LGBT party.
No, that's your perception of it, and that's your perception of it, and you can't understand anything beyond that. That's the problem. No, I'm not going to listen because you've been talking. So this is a dialogue as I understood it. So your perception of the party is that, and that's fundamentally your problem. That's fundamentally Notorious's problem, and a number of other of you minority Negroes who think that that's the basis of the Democratic Party. That's the problem.
With a landslide. Trump said Kamala Harris is for them, they, I'm for you.
That's just good marketing, which is fine. That's good marketing, but that works on people without an education like you. But that doesn't work on smart people.
You got landslided by a old 70-year plus.
That is true.
Alleged white racist.
I'm not about landsliding, but
you got landslided, bro.
But you also got landslided. The difference is you don't know that you're involved in that number too. But that's beside the point. But she did lose. We have to acknowledge. But the bottom line is you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to your perception of the Democratic Party, because that's where you're that's with how you've been influenced. And it's very easy. That was the purpose of it. You fell for the banana in the tailpipe. That's exactly how it's supposed to work. It influences people who can't think for themselves. You are in that number.
You fell on the banana. Listen.
Okay, but I mean that's not even funny and stupid. But I mean I'm just saying the point of that marketing was, and we have to admit it was accurate. I mean it was useful. It was actually useful that what they intended for it to do, it actually did.
We bring in masculinity in every factor back to this country.
How does that manifest itself, Fridays? Can you share with me?
Quinn, you can no longer let...
No, I'm asking you a question in earnest. What does bringing masculinity back to America look like?
You can no longer
look like
excellence for the...
Nigga, do you think you're masculine, Fridays?
There's no more tranny reading hour with our kids.
That's not
masculine to be a fat.
That's not
true. We ain't doing none of that lascivious legislation that y'all love doing. Listen, y'all will no longer be grooming our kids anymore. We're shutting down pedophilic rings and all of that. All that sick shit that y'all be on. All that national grooming that y'all been on for the last decade. We've had enough of that, bro.
If I was standing
next to
you Friday,
trannies are not reading books to our kids anymore. We're not doing that no more, bro. We're not doing that no more.
Here's a clue, Fridays.
Y'all
that wasn't happening.
Y'all are not over our women's
sport. What is going on?
Bullshit no more.
That wasn't happening in abundance before.
In California, who just broke all the...
But where people want it to happen, it's happening. That's the point.
Y'all,
Is the
I'm
point.
more feminist.
That's the point.
Yo, you know what's crazy? I'm more feminist than most of y'all.
Do you stop talking?
I'm more feminist than a lot of y'all. I want to protect women.
I would agree with that. You're definitely more of a you're more feminine than most of them.
You're more feminine.
Sports.
You're more feminine. You have more fat on your body.
I want to protect women ages.
You have childbearing hips. You have childbearing hips. I mean, that doesn't make you a feminist.
Hey, listen, I want to protect. I
definitely got more estrogen.
Sports.
Yeah, man. This nigga
There's
think
no
because
way
he got
a biological
he got ass.
He just broke all the women's records in California. Y'all
You said a man had ass, bro? What the fuck?
He was being facetious, bro.
No, hey, Armenians, this is how sick these people are, bro. And look, I swear to God,
Sometimes I wonder if y'all really believe this or if you're actually just trolling. Like if you just, I really don't ever know.
I think it's a little bit of coming in.
It's gotta be, man. It's scary both ways.
I was about this the other day, bro. I understand why people in that.
You were thinking the other day? We gotta hear this.
I understand why people in y'all community hate Trump. I truly understand that. Like
in our community, what is our community?
Most of the smoke that Trump has had, as far as
gotcha. So you don't answer the question. What is our community? What is our community?
Your LGBT community. I understand why y'all hate
Who's
Trump.
LGBT? Neither Pass nor I are part of the LGBT.
Hey, he has put a lot of pressure.
He never finishes.
So I get it.
You get what?
I get why y'all got so much. He has a lot of smoke for y'all. I get.
How does
according to the Republican National Convention of Philadelphia, they shut down a goddamn gay website. All them folks.
Go do your research on that, Rob. Do your research. But I know you ain't gonna do it because you love it. You know what I'm saying? You love it.
What's the research?
Go do your research on it.
What's the research?
I guarantee you it's not what you think it is.
What's the research? I know that there's a lot of closet ass, gay ass white men.
Go ahead, go do the research.
Republicans like Lindsey Graham.
What he's going to tell you, Rob, is that there were some young white kids who intentionally tried to shut it down. That's the story that's been circulating. Notorious doesn't know any better.
Probably just fake in general. Probably just a fake
story.
It's not a fake story.
Not a
fake
story.
Post it in the chat. And let's take a look at it. Post it in the chat.
You supposed to be Big Dog. You don't want to claim that you got the source. You don't want to claim you got the source.
And this is real coming from you because you don't support any of your arguments with any.
I think you guys are trying to convince yourself. You're not convincing me.
We're not trying to. There is no convincing people like you.
I don't have to convince myself. You people are the ones who are obsessed with gay people. For y'all not to be punks. For y'all not to be punks. Y'all sure is worried about them all the motherfucking time.
We're worried about them a lot.
Y'all talk about trans people more than trans people.
They have a purpose.
Y'all niggas is punks.
We have a great motto for this country, and we're moving forward.
Our motto is a multiple felon, multiple time felon. What has he been divorced 3 times? 3 different baby mamas.
How do
divorces? I support that.
Who is y'all? Y'all can say. What is there? When has there ever been any legislation or any
prison reform? Why y'all got what y'all got against?
Who was the prison reform bill written by?
Why do we need it?
See, every time we ask about legislation, nobody has a fucking thing to say. But about your feelings and about all these other things, you all got a lot to say.
Eating this good food.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, but you could manage to say it when you ask the question, though. So I'm asking you.
I can speak what I want. This ain't.
I didn't say that you could not ask you a question, brother.
Ain't the Democrat.
You the one that made the comment. I'm asking you who wrote the bill.
And I'm going on mute.
Exactly. Because you don't know.
We don't give a fuck.
Exactly. So stop saying shit if you don't know what you're talking about.
Shut up, bitch.
Shell is Michael.
Man, they're not gonna be participating in the Olympics with our women. That, like, I'm reading the shit that they saying.
This motherfucker's crazy, bro.
That's true.
I remember one day, it was
Looks like I got kicked. Well, then that's a success, Sin. Hope you're having a great day. This has been Kamala Harris, Laws and Justice with candidate John. Go to JohnForCongress.com. Text the campaign at 312-498-0517. Hope you're having a great day, Sin. This has been In the Mouth, Kamala Harris, Laws and Justice.
They're fighting because they're different. Something that happened. If you live by the beach and your house and the land washed away and the beach washed away, who's going to pay? My insurance company. What if they have insurance? All right, you need insurance for if you're buying a home. You need insurance. Exactly. You know what's beautiful about you guys? You guys are the second that the government or the empire that crumbles underneath your feet is gone. I wonder what you're going to do. But what we have in front of us, no empire lasts forever. Yeah, it sounds like a joke now because you can't believe anything that could ever happen. Did you ever think that when you die, is that your problem? That it feels everything? I didn't. I thought you were forever. Because I don't even. God save the queen. Was I the only one actually thinking that it's actually going to happen forever?
Because again, those were minority things that only benefited everybody else but black people. So what he did, he restructured it so it only benefited black people. I guess that's racist.
Shout out Donald Trump.
Yeah, shout out Trump, man. He be cleaning up, man. He been taking away federal jobs from niggas like Clinton, man. That's why they down bad, bro. Y'all was wasting money. You niggas was wasting fucking money.
Yeah, Quinn, still here you go.
Nah, he left when I dropped that truth bomb on him. He had to get out of here.
He cooked you real bad.
Nah, he's still here.
He cooked you.
Yeah. Quinn, to answer your question, I wanted
Perhaps you guys could get some real moderators and they can move me to the bottom and then talking to me, that's also fucking stupid. But yeah, go ahead, Notori.
Yeah, no, I was going to say in one area, and this is not my opinion.
Shut up, stupid. Not you,
This is your guys' narrative, right? Your guys' narrative is that Donald Trump has basically put a firewall in the most important entity in America, which is the Supreme Court. These aren't just smart men who make good common sense decisions. No, it's conservative leaning. So hasn't Donald Trump been pretty effective on that in terms of getting what he wanted from the conservatives and changing the narrative in this country?
I would argue that Mitch McConnell was actually effective in doing that, and he actually.
He would argue that Mitch McConnell was much more effective. The effectiveness of Mitch McConnell.
Back to the actual discussion. So what was your overall point? Your overarching point, if there was one?
I didn't really have a point.
There we go. That's it. There we go.
My point was is that you guys were saying that there was an issue with policy as if Donald Trump is not being effective, right? And I'm telling you that I disagree with you that Donald Trump is being extremely effective. As I said, I used your own talking points. You guys said that 45% of Project 2025 was already done, and he's only been in office like 8 months. So
extremely effective.
Pretty damn good, right? Like, so I don't understand what you guys are saying when y'all saying how you say Donald Trump is dumb, he's this, he's that. Well, why the fuck is he being so effective? Extremely effective.
That's what winning looks like.
I mean, what can you say to this? I mean, there's no basis from which you can talk to people who don't have any common sense. I mean, if you think that's winning, what can I say?
It's winning for the people that voted for him. Why don't you understand? It's like y'all want Trump to do shit for people he didn't vote.
He's not. This is where your stupidity continues to persist. He's not just governing the people that voted for him. I know that's the way that you view politics.
I get that.
But that's just not the way that you don't get that. Because if the people that he's supposed to govern for the people of the United States. So if you're not governing and the country at large is not winning, then there's a small segment of the population who do manage to actually cheat in order to be able to do that. No, because you're interrupting me. So I'm gonna keep just talking. I can keep doing something, and I'm interrupting you, and I actually know what I'm talking.
Down so I could get my.
No. You can just stop fucking talking and have an exchange.
This is loser.
That's what losers do when they can't compete in conversation. They try to move people away from the conversations they're having. No.
Yo, listen, this is all I'm saying, Quinn.
No, I'm not going to listen to you until you actually answer questions. I'm not going to listen.
I'm talking to the room, man. I'm talking to
There you go.
Notorious. Hey, Notorious, here's the thing. Here's the real thing. He made campaign promises.
What do you expect?
He had a campaign. He stated these campaigns. The majority of Americans voted for these campaigns that he made.
Is that who? No.
No, I don't know who that is. You just called him.
Hey guys, it's Goose, my new account.
Oh my god, I hate you.
You're still spying like a little.
This bag is John.
Yeah, John Kitover.
He was probably recording us. Oh, he's probably here on ANO.
Yeah, shout out to Darren LaHood. Everyone vote Darren LaHood for Congress. John Kitover is an unstable psycho.
Yeah, John Kitover, aka Edmonds, deserves to be in the psych ward. With the damn psych ward, man.
I'm actually.
I don't want to see any of the rest of my. I'm ready for my birth certificate to be doxed now. On YouTube.
I'm ready for my birth certificate to be doxed. I'm ready for my son's birth certificate to be doxed. Come on. Do it all.
Keep the title. Vote Darren LaHood for Congress, District 6 in Chicago, Illinois. And, you know, John Kitover he can't even get enough signatures for the ballot. The guy paid people to go collect signatures. He doesn't have the balls to go door to door and collect shit himself. He doesn't want to put in the work. He'll never be. He'll never be in Congress. What's his name? John Kitover.
Yeah, a faggot named John Kitover.
You know the one that goes naked on YouTube?
Oh my god.
Oh, he goes naked. Oh, I knew you was a faggot.
Yeah, I have pictures on my other phone. Hold on. I should charge it and send it to you guys. I have naked photos of him on YouTube.
Oh god.
Wait. See, this is how you know YouTube is a bitch, man. To watch
naked for like ammo. That's why I took a screenshot. It's good.
Look, but see, YouTube. Wait, so is he actually naked?
No, just shirtless, bro.
No, bro. He's down to his boxers, bro. Like he's naked.
Yeah, that is shirtless.
Wow, so
he ain't got no pants on. And I can see everything.
Wow, YouTube.
I got another one. He's like wearing like a men's underwear, like men's panty.
If you're like me, you can take pictures in the shower and people are gonna, distribute them. But if you're like John, you don't want that shit on your phone.
I have your pictures too. I'm not gonna lie.
I was impressed, Prince. I was impressed.
Who said that? Friends, don't be bragging about your sins. Be modest, man. Come on. Who's impressed?
Can't nobody on this motherfucker say they got any naked pictures of me. I'm so proud.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I know for a fact. I don't send nudes out.
I already seen your
That's a lie.
Oh, you heard that, didn't you? Friends, come on now. Respect the Muslim sisters on stage, bro. All right.
Democrats.
Why didn't she tell Wednesday when she said she was impressed?
Because you're the ones, trying to entice people to do haram, bro, and I don't like that. I'm coming straight to the source.
I agree. I'm not the source. She's impressed, bro.
What? Yeah, wait. I was minding my own little business. This is what happened, right? I was minding my own little business on the panel. Just right? All of a sudden, I see a naked body right there. I'm like, whose body is this? And then it was Prince. I was like, oh, okay. Not bad. See? How was I able to lower my gaze when I was staring at my phone?
That's crazy. She had her gaze lowered at her phone and then had to lower it even more. Come on, bro.
My bad. Okay, I totally forgot to buy food.
What?
What you just
Hold on,
said?
I'm making my mind up if I want to go home or if I want to go to the Arab Street or bro, do you know? Oh my god. Yeah, keep looking, Habibi.
You don't belong in the Arab spaces anymore, bro. Enough of that shit.
It's just amazing when Arabs recognize each other across the street. Habibi.
You know him or you just know he's an Arab?
Bennett.
That's like Latino. That's like Latinos, and then we just start dancing and salsa.
Some Saudi girls are walking around the city center with the
Wait, so Puerto Ricans have a certain version of salsa, and then you have the Mexicans have a different version?
I don't know what the Mexicans dance. No, we don't have no. Oh, salsa is dancing. But Puerto Ricans, we don't eat like tacos and stuff like that.
Oh no, I know that. I'm saying I was talking about the salsa dance.
You ever been to the Puerto Rican Day Parade? That shit is lit.
Yeah.
The other day, I went there. I was there for it last year, I think in June. And they had the dude with the Spider-Man outfit. And he was just busting moves. That shit was hilarious.
Wait, you didn't know who was the Grand Marshal? It was what's his name? Priest from WWE.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, you know he's Puerto Rican, right?
When I went into the parade, by the way.
Talking about him?
Yeah, he's Puerto Rican. He grew up in the Bronx.
Bronx. You grew up in the Bronx, huh?
Shit.
Yeah, he grew up in the Bronx. And I bet you don't even know that he's literally in his 40s. He looks pretty good, though.
Yeah, he is.
Shout out to Fat Joe, to all the Puerto Ricans. Shout out to Bronx. Shout out, you know where it was? Wednesday, it was right by the Catholic church in downtown, or New York City. You know what I'm talking about?
St. Patrick Cathedral?
Yeah,
St. Patrick Cathedral. Yeah.
That's what happened. Ran into it. There's actually two by the Israeli, I don't know, their consulate or some bullshit they have there.
Did you spit at it?
I flipped it off and I posted it online. I went to the ADL headquarters.
Yeah, let me just go ahead and do that. Hold on real quick. Let me go ahead and fund you.
We got
See you at.
What you talking about?
فين وخمسة
ياخذ شو تشيز
that was about the Yom Kippur War or going into Lebanon. Maybe it was the Yom Kippur. Something Tears. Valley of Tears. Do you see that?
I'm trying to translate it back to Hebrew. To see if it sounds familiar.
Hebrew would be... Hold on, let me find it. It was very good.
Who did it? Khan? You know, Khan?
Here, it's in the Becca Valley.
Yeah, Baka, Emeka Baka. This is what I said.
Yeah.
It's not tears. Baka is like crying if you would.
In English, it's okay. So in English, it's Valley of Tears.
Yeah, I get it. This is why I said I need to kind of translate it back and kind of be imaginative to kind of. And then I was like, Emeka Baka, Emeka Bechi. Maybe this is what she means. Emek of tears. Okay, got it.
Did you?
I'm trying to see who was in that.
It's in Ramat HaGolan.
תודה.
תודה רבה. בבקשה.
בבקשה.
מה שלומך? How are you?
מה שלומך?
מה שלומך?
Do you know my favorite word for the ladies?
What?
My favorite word for the ladies is matok.
Matok is for guys, but
Listen, don't lie.
To drink?
Matok is basically sweet, but it's in a
it's masculine. It's masculine.
But it's masculine, yes.
How
Metuka.
do you say it feminine then?
Metuka.
Can I teach you a great word?
Metuka.
You want to learn a great word?
Say again. I thought you were trying to troll me, trying to say.
No. I'm going to teach you a good word. This is a word.
No, he thought that I was trolling him, that I said that Matok is for guys and Metuka is for girls.
So, I thought you meant I should say it to the guys.
No, I'm going to tell you what to say to a girl. I'm going to tell you what to say to a girl.
Yeah, I understand. I understood you.
Yeah.
No.
I was saying, brother, Daniel, because I know about grammar and how to learn languages, that's how I realized you're talking about the feminine masculine.
Okay, so to a girl, you want to call her a haticha.
Well, you know, I mean, I've had a few Levensteins in my lifestyle, you know?
Say hatiha.
Can you say chet?
And for the man,
that was the only thing that was sort of interesting, and then everything else was just like pointing out sort of how a couple hundred years ago Luke's ideas were not weird, but now they are, sort of thing. Like, I'm pretty sure that if you go back 200 years, Luke's opinions on a lot of things would have been like, you know, not really all that weird. But just pretty much pointing out a bunch of things that are kind of bizarre to have in 21st century.
What you guys are saying, y'all saying how you say Donald Trump
well, I'm interested actually to see if you agree with Luke on some of these things. Rosa Parks not sitting at the back of the bus and obeying authority was a sin.
Rosa Parks not sitting at the back of the bus. Was it a sin? I guess I have a very different opinion on that. That it was a sin. I think it was a sin for very different reasons.
So Luke's rationale was disobeying the state is a sin, even to things that are morally questionable or easy for people to parse in the 21st century, where this is like, oh,
wait, why does he think it was a sin? Because it was a woman disobeying?
Has nothing to do with that. Just the fact that you're disobeying the state's laws.
Let me guess. Luke thinks that the Protestant movement was a sin too.
Essentially, the second half of the article that he wrote is just a bunch of random examples that are not really consistent with how most people feel nowadays.
Romans 13 is the widely used and cited chapter in obeying the government, but most people don't understand it. It describes a role of a just and good government, and we have to obey that. But when the government goes against God's commandments and laws, we're supposed to stick to the God's commandments and laws.
So Andrew, if you read the article, and this is how I interpret it, all laws created are just because moral authority is from the church and the state is to implement those, and therefore somehow by,
That's a fallacy.
I'm not saying, hold on, don't debate me. I'm not having any of these opinions, but I think this was sort of the gist of it.
I'm not debating you. I'm just dismantling the article on the fly.
Okay, good. But I also, I mean, if you want to look at it, I might be conveying it incorrectly. If you want to take a look, but it might not be worth your time.
Hey, Tidwell, I'm getting ready for you.
You're warming up on chess? You're going to be good?
Yes, sir.
Well, we have a test game at...
Got me a 94.8% accuracy. How do you like that?
That's pretty good, depending on how many moves you did. Was it more than 2 moves? When you do chess.com and you do the review and it says like, well, you played as if you had this rating. I love that stuff.
No, I like to analyze them even post. I had a 94.8 accuracy, and rating was a 2000. And the reason for that
Andrew?
is just, yeah.
I'm Mike 21 on chess.com. MIKETWENTY 1. If you want to send me a friend request, I'll play it.
Wait, say again? What?
Mike 20 spelled out with a 1 on the end.
Got it.
I would have so much trouble with chess.
Me too.
Intellectually.
You know what I've noticed? If I'm a little off on sleep, in fact, I use chess to determine how tired I am and my what is the state of my brain to do something. That's what I use it for mostly. I use it to see how bad I lose, and that determines whether I do this task or that task.
Chess always seemed to me like a memorization game.
Mental peakness. Openings are middle game. I think there's a lot of recognition for middle.
You want to hear something funny, Jensen? There's a guy named Magnus Carlsen who plays in blitz tournaments, and he will purposely make the most crazy, stupid moves at the very beginning just to get people off memorization paths. And that's like one of his strategies is he'll just do like some batshit crazy like 2-year-old moves, or he'll just like move his king out, just like move it, like just do weird shit, and then
Cloud.
Yeah, Bomb Cloud. Yeah, he'll do all sorts of weird shit that like no one does, and then everyone's just thrown off their game because like everyone memorizes the first like 6 or 7 moves of like every opening, and then it's like this just totally throws them off.
Well, see, what I know about you, Tidwell, is that you memorize the most esoteric lines that people don't expect either, and then you get them that way.
I love getting someone in like a really weird situation where I have like 50 moves memorized, and I just get the dopamine hit. I lose no time on my clock. They're like thinking, and for some reason, it's just so satisfying.
Yeah.
See, that's why I'm always bothered by it. It's just like a memorization game, so I never bothered to do it.
But this is super specific. Like you have to think of it like this. Like you've heard like the combinations of like the factorial. Like in the first like 6 moves, there's like a cajillion possibilities. There's no way to memorize everything. It's just you can get into specific lines.
Like I know the math says that, but I just don't believe that that's actually like the reality. I know too many chess players who like it just seems like a memorization game to me. It's how I've always felt.
It is for the opening. What Andrew said is correct. It is for the opening for a lot of people, but after that opening, there is no memorization.
Yeah, then you gotta see the few moves ahead and the patterns, and you have to be good at recognizing other things.
And that's why people that want to get into chess now, you wouldn't learn like a mainstream line. You'd learn like a style that isn't like a popular opening where no one's really memorized your opening, and then you're pretty much on par with people going into like the game. You wouldn't like if someone is trying to like get you to play a position, like you just wouldn't play it. You'd play something else, and then you throw them off memorization, and then you're sort of on square one. You might be at a slight disadvantage in theory, but you at least get off the memorization path where you're playing this game of who can memorize the best move, 12, 13, 14 moves in. So, like, most people that are really good, they purposely make weird moves at the beginning just so they don't have to worry about the memorization piece of it.
Interesting.
Well, you ever dabble into, I forgot the name of the setup where it's randomized a little bit? The chessboard?
Okay, so Johnson, listen to what I'm about to talk to with Andrew about this. You'll like this. So this is called Fisher 720 or
Oh yes, yeah.
So check this out, Johnson. You start the game, and it gives a random setup. So all the pawns are still in the front, but all the back rank pieces, there's 720 combinations of valid setup, and it's a brand new game with no theory, no books, no nothing on the setup, and this has become a popular format just to pretty much address the concern that you just brought up, Johnson, which was, oh, you're just gonna fucking beat me because you have 15 moves memorized. This pretty much gives 720 unique starting positions, and you don't know what the position is until the start of the game.
Understood. Do you know why my concern is met with that specific setup? Do you know?
Yeah, because these people are gonna fucking memorize, and you're gonna be at a huge disadvantage.
No, it's because Bobby Fischer himself agreed that the game was just a memorization game.
Oh yeah, no, 100% though. Like, yeah, Fisher was trying to address that. Yeah, no, you're totally right. But also, that only for the opening. Still, he was trying to get rid of the opening memorization, like piece of chess. Right, like chess is like classically broken up into 3 parts, and you can memorize some end-game positional stuff, and you can memorize some opening stuff.
Is Fisher 720 actually gaining popularity?
So it's interesting because there's tournaments and stuff. But the most popular formats now are going to be blitz and bullet games where you have very low time on the clock and you don't have time to like think for like minutes and minutes and minutes per move. Those seem to be like the more like popular things that are going on right now. And the 720 tournaments are interesting because the thing I'm thinking is like, well, how does the committee pick the position? And they pick a position at random with a random generator. But you know what's funny is like no one's allowed to know the position, because if you do, you could study the position before the game, right? Each round of the game you would know the position. So there's potential there where if you somehow sabotage the random generator or you knew what they were going to do, you could study the positions ahead of time. That's kind of like an interesting attack vector at these tournaments, which I don't know how that's been a problem.
We should do this and generate it with blockchain.
Hey, right. But the entropy from the last block. Yeah, the last block's hash.
No, it has to be the next block. You can't start a game until the next block.
That's funny. And then the next block happens, and then it tells you the position, and then you start the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, it's like everyone's just waiting for the next block. It's like a 50-minute block. Everyone's just like intently just staring at each other, waiting.
Tidwell, do you ever play the games on lichess.org?
Chess? L-I?
L-I-C, yeah.
Yeah, Lee Chess, yeah, that's another good one. But, hey, Andrew, were you going to send me a friend request on chess.com?
Oh, I'll do that a little bit later.
Oh, okay.
He's thinking about it, Michael. He doesn't like you, so.
Yo, I didn't realize he didn't like me until just now. I just fucking found out about it. I'm about to leave this chat room.
Don't be so sensitive.
I'm leaving.
Hey, Tidwell. Dave the other day asked how many hours of playing would it take for him to get as good as you. I want to know your answer on how many hours that would take.
Probably a year of dedication, maybe like 8 months, 6 months, if you really.
How many hours a day?
How many hours?
It'd be like a full-time job maybe for like 6 months.
8 hours a day, 6 months.
What if he joins one of those like children's chess clubs?
Maybe like 20 hours a week for 6 months. 20 hours a week for 6 months, you could get better than me. That's what it would take. 20 hours a week, 6 months. If you're coming from zero.
So roughly 500 hours.
520 hours, yeah.
Yeah, 520 hours of diligent, like trying to get better, not just like fucking around. Fucking around, it'd be like 10,000 plus hours. You'd have to like use those hours.
That's what I tried to tell him.
Actually, be getting good, like, and it's really hard to like want to play chess and like push yourself. It's easy to like play chess and fuck around, which is pretty much what I do.
Well, that's why I've been going on chess and doing like the next moves just over and over to try to work on that. I feel like that is better than just playing a game.
Yeah, I mean they're both good. I mean, playing a game and doing those puzzles are gonna help, but it's really just like, so the thing where it would be like 1,000 hours is if you study in-game positions, which I don't have memorized, and or I don't have like I don't know like the techniques that are like that could like just dominate. Like for instance, if you have like a bishop and a knight and a king versus a king, like knowing how to mate in the fastest pattern or even how to mate is like very complicated. It's like one of the most complicated mates that you can do if you just have a bishop and a knight versus just a king by himself. That's like a very complicated mate, and a lot of people can't do it.
It's really easy to mate if you're good looking.
Yeah, that's true.
I've learned from John.
Yeah, it's easy to mate white or black. John said, which one?
You know what I learned from John? Any waitress that smiles at you totally wants to bang me.
Wonderful. AU connection. Start. That's John Connolly. He does designs for stuff. And what's
John set your hot mic and anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah. I really want to get better as well.
Well, if you really want to get better, you can hire a chess coach, and then that will fucking expedite your learning like crazy. But I mean, that's kind of weird now with all this like online training shit.
I don't want to do online.
Well, then there's probably a chess club in your town that you can go to. I mean, they'll probably meet like weekly or bi-weekly. They'll have like little hangouts and shit. All right, I just Googled or ChatGPT'd. If you do 450 hours, you're likely to get to at least 1,400. If you do 600 to 900 hours, you're likely to get to 1,600. 1,000 to 1,600 hours is 1,800. 3,000 hours, 2,000. 4,000 hours, 2,100. 7,000 hours, 2,200. 9,000 hours, 2,300. 12,000 hours, 2,400. And 18,000 hours, 2,500 usually cannot be achieved.
Yeah, but well, there's a component missing here. Like some people,
you have to stay motivated that whole time.
You're gonna pose like certain brains or how your brain's wired. Spending that number of hours ain't gonna get you to that rating.
Well, with enough motivational energy, my theory is you can rewire your brain just to do about anything within. I mean, there's limitations obviously, but I don't know if, I think the biggest thing is if you don't necessarily have the brain for it, then it just becomes harder, but you can still do it. It just isn't going to be easy to stay motivated for fucking 10,000 hours. Because staying motivated to constantly be getting better is a different sort of thing than just playing for 10,000 hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, and you can certainly do things to help rewire the brain. That's true. You could see that from injuries, right, and stuff, obviously. But I think, I don't know, if you lack strategy or like multiple orders thinking capacity or capability, there's no way you're gonna spend 700 or 800 and hit that rating. And maybe even if you double it, I seriously doubt that.
Depends on if you're making progress. Like if you're putting in hours and you're not making progress, then you're sort of, you kind of are understanding your logarithmic curve off of like your potential. Yeah, so I guess you'll find that out sort of like early. Like if you put in, let's say you sink in 1,000 hours and you're not making the progress that other people are making, that might be an indicator that your top is, going to be a lower range.
You're right. Exactly. But I think everyone tops out somewhere, and then it's marginal.
Right. And but what's kind of weird is there hasn't been a woman that has risen to the ranks of the top tier chess players in the world. And you would have thought that there would have been at least a few anomalies where there's been a few women that have gotten all the way to the top, like in terms of like rankings and FIDE rankings and stuff. So there is something to be said about like genetics or brain composition or just who we are as humans and stuff with some of this crap. You know what I mean?
Joseph is missing for this analysis.
Yeah, unless you're watching Netflix, Kimberly and the Queen's Gambit. In that case, women are fucking dominant. By the way, I really like that Netflix show.
How many times have you watched it?
Once.
How many?
Just once.
Have you analyzed the games in the series?
Oh, but I do know that some of the positions are real because they were trying to make it like fun, so they actually used like real positions from real games that were like epic. So that was kind of cool that they did that. Now, ChatGPT will tell me why a woman's never been ranked in the top like 100 or top 50 or whatever. I want to see. Oh, I might be wrong. 2735, 2000. Oh, look at this. Judith Polgar, 2735. That's really high. Strongest rated lady ever. So, Judith Polgar, there's a message in the chat that says no woman has ever been in the top 10. According to this, she was number 8 at one point at her peak. So I was wrong. A woman has been in the top 10. Judith Polgar. Judith Polgar is a Hungarian chess grandmaster, strongest female ever of all time. There you go. Oh, also, you know, it's funny. I think this is the same lady who beat Gary Kasparov in a game. And Gary Kasparov was like famous of saying that a woman would never be able to beat him or something. And maybe he like also alluded like at his prime, he would never be able to be beaten by a woman. And then this lady, many years later, beats him, and it was like a lot of like feminists and a lot of like, you know, chess players were like laughing about this. I remember that happened a few years back. And also like Gary's like super out of his prime, so yeah.
Who's that guy that plays people on YouTube that has the black mask on? You know what I'm talking about, too?
Shinobi or Adam Back, depending on.
I mean, he beat Gary. Is he good enough to beat Gary Kasparov right now?
I don't know who you're talking about, dude. I don't know this black mask.
I put it in the chat, Tidwell. Ray Enigma.
Right now, there is a woman, looks like a Chinese lady, who is ranked 143rd in the world. And she's currently the highest rated lady, apparently. Hua Yofang. So 143rd is where the current lady is. I don't think chess has this idea of transgender woman stuff that other sports have. By the way, which I think is kind of also interesting. I don't think there's ever been like a controversy or a drama over women's chess like there had been with other sports. At least it never hit my radar.
Did you hear me that I put the clip in the chat, Tidwell?
Okay, let me see. Dude, I can't even. Okay, I guess I can copy. I have to like paste this to like Telegram just to be able to click it.
That's retarded.
Bro, what the fuck is this, dude? This doesn't even look. This looks like an AI video, dude. This doesn't even look real.
No, it is. That's a real guy. You can watch the full video on YouTube.
Well, I don't know what the fuck I'm watching. What the fuck is this?
Gary Kasparov.
No, I know that, but what the fuck is this incognito guy. This doesn't even look like a real thing.
That's how I was pointing it out.
He still plays at an amazing level. But
Ray Enigma is a Spanish chess player, and no one knows who he is. An anonymous content creator, 3 million followers on TikTok, 2 million followers on YouTube, has played Magnus Carlsen, like all the big names, including Judith Polgar, the lady we were talking about just a second ago. Unknown identity. And then he wears this fucking checkered flag face covering. This is like the silliest fucking thing. I like, how did I not know about this guy?
he's got to be one of the known names that just does it, right? Can't be somebody unknown.
There's a lot of people that are really good. Like there's a lot of people that are like in the 2,600 range that like could maybe be like incognito, but like when you get to like the 2,700 plus, like you're pretty much like people like that's like a thing where like.
I mean, if you're gonna play in a tournament, you're gonna be known.
Right. What I'm saying is there's a lot of people around the 2,600 range that like there'd be enough quote unquote Spanish players around that level to not dox yourself. What I'm trying to say is like if he was really good, he'd probably like.
Well, how does that number derive?
It's kind of like a credit score, and you just kind of make it up. So if you beat someone with a higher elo than you get higher number. If you lose to someone with a lower number than you lose even more. If you lose to someone with a much higher elo than you'd lose very little. It's just like it's just the ranking, it's the arbitrary ranking system. And each FIDE has their own database and calculation methods. And also, if you haven't played chess in a very long time, you go back into more of a provisional state where every game you play has a multiplier sort of idea to get you closer to maybe what you would actually be at. I mean, it's arbitrary shit. It's just a way of like knowing where you're at compared to other people in terms of your overall strength of your playability. The chat. I don't know if this is supposed to be a joke or not, but it made me look up the highest rated Nigerian player.
What's their ELO?
Highest rated ELO according to ChatGPT is 2363, and that was in February 2016. But I wonder, that was 2016, so I wonder what that was 9 years ago. The current highest rated player is at 2331. Nigerian Adabalaram Akatoyi. If the highest rated player is a FM, that means they have no international or grandmasters, I assume is what that means. So I guess there's probably like a lot of countries that have like no IMs or GMs.
How do you become a grandmaster?
You just have to have a really fucking high rating and like win some tournaments and shit. But
yeah, but does it come from winning certain competitions or?
That's a good question. I think you have to. I think it's like, I don't know. Let me look it up. But there's 195 countries in the world, and only 88 countries have at least one grandmaster. So a little more than a third of all the countries have at least one really good chess player, like in the top tier.
I think you gotta hit a certain rating. But first, to become a grandmaster, you gotta become a master. You gotta climb up that ladder.
You also have to reach a rating of at least 2,500, according to FIDE ratings. Earn 3 GM. You have to win 3. You have to perform well in at least 3 tournaments. So in your tournament play, you have to have a performance rating of 2,600 plus, and at least 9 games in the tournament. And so you have to have at least 3 tournaments where you've performed at a 2,600 plus rating. You have to actually have a rating of 2,500 or more. And once you're a GM permanently. You never lose that title. You're like it's like tenure. Like once a GM, always a GM, even if you like suck or have like a brain injury. So does that answer your question?
How many?
He's not even here.
How many thousand GMs are there? I think it's 3 to 5, right?
How many like FIDE GMs are there? There's 1,700 and 72, and 41 are women. So out of 1,772, 41 of those are women. There's also 41 women who are GMs. So there's a total 1,813 total GMs currently.
That's less than billionaires in the world. That's a club.
And you have to also remember, you don't lose that title. That means like, I wonder if that means currently alive people or not. Like I want to think so. Andrew, it sounds like you're eating a bag of chips. That 1,800 number is not living GMs. That's total GMs ever of all time.
Holy moly.
Yeah, so that's also the people that are dead, which is real interesting. So that means of all time, there's ever only been 41 women that have been GMs and only 1,772 men that have been GMs. So
Well, in fairness, in prior times, the game hasn't been studied or that pop. And also,
Who's
they
voted
didn't get
as his score?
to be GMs by these criteria. It didn't exist before, so some never got it because they couldn't.
Sure. Good
But
vote. What's voted?
regardless, this is a remarkably low number.
So some sources say that there's up to 2,113 GMs of all time. But anyways, of active, alive people, or active, because I think they only consider someone active or inactive. There's around 700 current active GMs that meet the criteria of the 2,500 plus performance in at least 3 tournaments kind of criteria. So of the total number of GMs that have ever existed, about a third of them are still active, but they don't go into whether or not they're inactive because of they're dead or not, which is kind of have to read between the lines on some of that. Going back to what you're saying, Andrew, I mean, there's probably a damn good chance that only about 10% or less of us, even if we wanted to put in all the hours, would even be able to reach, those really high levels. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What I remember from high school days is if you were there at 2000 level, you were a unicorn. I never
You're
met
still
people.
a unicorn at 2000 at pretty much any normal chess event.
Yeah. I just never remember seeing people study all 4 years and advance to that level. And that this is a young brain, can absorb, learn, and everything, right? I just don't remember people migrating into 2000s in high school. They were kind of already there, more or less.
Cool, which I like, is so one thing I kind of like is for a grandmaster, a GM, women and men have to compete by the same rule base for GM. So there's no hey, handicap, you have to have a lower rating or whatever, but they do have something called a WGM, which does have a lower rating, but a woman can get a GM title as well. So they I think this is probably a fair way of doing it, where it's if you want an actual, they don't just call it a GM, they call it a WGM, they make it specific. So they make it where GM is gender neutral, and then if you have the lower ranking requirements, they call it a WGM. But then there's women that get the actual GM status, which they differentiate on, which I think that's probably the right way of doing it.
Yeah,
Andrew, you could probably get it.
2092.
Andrew, you could probably get a WGM of 2300 if you put in enough work. But you would fail to meet one criteria to get a GM.
I love your enthusiasm, ability, but I don't look good in a dress or a skirt.
That's right. Yeah, that might be the one criteria you miss. That's probably like the only blocker for you, right? To get into 2,300
I think.
GM.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys talking about becoming trans chess players?
That's what he's telling me to do.
I was making the observation that chess never hit my radar that chess dealt with any sort of trans drama like other sports.
But there are different rankings for men and women.
So if you want a GM, it's race neutral. You don't ever there isn't specific criteria for a GM. And I think that really helps because there's also women that have reached the GM status. There's not many, but there's some, right? And I think that really helps with like this sort of thing. And there's also a WGM, but they never call that a GM. That's always a WGM, like a women's grandmaster. But the women that are actually good still get like the actual top ranked GM stuff. So
how many female GMs are there?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. I have this all queued up for you. Ready?
Yeah, hit me.
So one thing that's interesting is GMs are measured like it's lifetime. It's not like how many are currently alive. It's like ever and active. So there's ever only been roughly 2,000 GMs ever in like all of history. And of that, 41 have been women.
That sounds about right.
And of those women, one reached the top 10. She was number 8 in the world, Judith Polgar, Hungarian. And the next rated highest lady ever got to position 143, just to give you sort of a distribution. So Judith was an extreme outlier. So not only was she a woman that got to the top 10, but like the next lady up like wasn't even in the conversation. You know what I mean?
What is it about the female brain that makes it less good at chess?
Well, I'm glad you asked that. Because women treat their pawns like children, and it's less likely that you're going to want to sacrifice your children on the chessboard. Now, men, on the other hand, are more brutal, and they're willing to sacrifice their children for the greater good.
Is that true?
No.
It sounds good, though.
I think it's funny, or I was trying to be funny on the fly. I'm not as good as John Seth and you, but I'm getting there.
There's not. So I mean, I would imagine there's not as many women that are interested in chess to begin with, but certainly many women do play chess. Like, I mean, I don't know. When you go to a chess tournament, how many women are at it? Like, what's the percentage that are women?
The younger you are, the higher the distribution of like it being super mixed.
And then it gets weeded out as you get older.
It's kind of like kids with gymnastics. Everyone like under 5 or 4 years old, like it's just pretty much 50-50, right? And then as the kids get older, it's like, where'd all the boys go, you know?
You know, I've tried like occasionally to get into chess, and it just never has been interesting to me. I'm just not interested in it at all.
Right.
Yeah.
You might be a woman. It's fine.
Maybe that's it. Yeah. I think it's because I wasn't. Nobody in my family played chess, so I wasn't exposed to chess at a young age. I didn't play chess until I was like 25.
Right.
And
My 2-year-old is playing chess with me right now.
Right.
Obviously, he doesn't know what he's doing, but he's like moving the pieces around and like trying to play chess, like
just learning the patterns of the pieces.
Right. Like I was playing chess at 3 years old. Right. Similarly, like just understanding like how the pieces move early is gonna like help you, even if you don't have like the brain composition to ever like be like top tier. It's gonna like put you way ahead of other people who like never like really looked at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. It's not interesting to me, but I do appreciate people who are like when I said the chess tournament and you blundered and then went on tilt. That was very interesting to watch. You know, like I was like curious to watch it, but I don't know. Like
playing chess is boring to me. But yeah, it's like.
Was that the tournament where I like totally fucked and won on time?
It was a Bit Block Boom tournament, and you made a mental mistake against Rockstar, I think, and then you went on tilt and you kept making mistakes because of your one mistake. You like couldn't forgive yourself for your one mistake.
Oh, is this the one where Rockstar beat me?
Yeah, Rockstar ended up winning the tournament, I think.
So we did another. So the next.
You beat yourself, really. I watched it, and you beat yourself in that moment.
So the next year, Rockstar comes to Tap Comp, and we played like 6 games. Rockstar and I play 6 games with an audience, and I go 6-0 against them. And then the following, I go to Bit Block Boom. This is me like now. I'm like, oh fuck, I like got mad, that I like lost the way I did. Go on to win 2 Bit Block Boom chess tournaments, and then I'm retired.
I only saw the one where you lost, so to me,
I know.
You are a loser. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It just is what it is.
I know. I'm still kicking myself because of it.
No, you really were. Yeah, you made like that mistake, and then you just like couldn't recover, and I could just tell that you had the yips. Like you just like were in your head. And that happens, but like
it didn't help that I think when I made that mistake, the position was sort of simple and there wasn't really enough entropy. I felt like maybe to recover because I still kind of remember that game. Very traumatic for me, by the way.
What is your ELO ranking or whatever?
It's pretty low on chess.com. It is pretty low.
Do we lose Michael or is it me?
I mean, I'm still here.
Couldn't hear you for a second.
Let me see. My stats are not impressive. My highest ranking is about 1,600, which according to ChatGPT.
Pretty good.
According to ChatGPT, if you spend 600 hours actually trying to get good at chess, you should be able to reach the level of 1,600. If you spend 600 hours trying to get good at chess, and like having like a study plan and wait, hold on, intense study, regular coaching, and serious play. And 600 hours, you too can be this good.
Okay, so I just need to put in 10 hours a day for 2 months, and then I'll be as good as you are.
If that's get a coach, regular coaching, serious play, intense study. Yes.
I'm gonna do that, and then just show up at BitBlock Boom or Tap Comp and just destroy you. Yeah.
That'd be so funny. It's like so unexpected. it's like Hama, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I just got good at chess, bro. What's up? Oh, I've been good at chess.
Like, how did you make it to the final round? Like, what happened?
I like strategy and stuff, but I just, I don't know. Chess just ain't my thing, dog. Did you ever meet Ella? She was the captain of the Harvard chess team. She's a Bitcoiner. She used to be on this app, but she hasn't been on the app for a while.
Dude, if she was on a college chess team, she's probably way better than me.
Captain of the Harvard team.
I know. She was probably... I'm guessing she was like in the 2000s.
I think she had a 2000 something. I can't remember what it was, but it was a 2000 something. And she was... there was a time in here, Michael, when she played like 6 people like at once and defeated everybody like in 5 minutes. It was like, and all 6 people were like pretty decent chess players.
It's so crazy, like how
very smart. She went to work for a hedge fund.
If someone's rated like 2,000 and someone's rated like 2,100, the difference there is so immense. Like it's so kind of like
what is like a Magnus Carlsen? What's his rating?
Like 28 something, 2,900 something.
So it's like really up there. Is anyone at 3,000?
Well, I mean, Magnus at one point was 3,000, but these ratings, when there's only like a few people over 2,800, these ratings don't really mean a whole lot. It's just really relative to like, because if you're at let's say you're at 2,900 and the next rated person is 2,700. Who are you going to play to up your rating? You know what I mean? You can only lose. You need to like have other people get good so you can like boost yourself up. So it's like kind of inflation resistant, if that makes sense. So there's
it seems like Magnus is on the downslope in his career. Is that right?
Like I said, like these numbers get inflated and deflated naturally as.
Not about his number, but more like he was so dominant, nobody could beat him, and now people are starting to beat him.
No, he's super dominant still.
Didn't the Indian guy beat him?
Decided, yeah, but I mean, when you play a fucking 100 games, you're gonna lose a few here and there, and those are gonna make big news.
Yeah.
Like he's still super dominant. Is
he the best? Is he the best chess player that ever lived?
Well, this is a good question because he lived in the age of computer engine learning, and Bobby Fischer didn't, right? So it's
what about like Gary Kasparov too?
Well, I mean, Bobby Fischer was arguably better than Gary, but
better than
also
Kasparov.
This is right. I mean, arguably speaking, Bobby Fischer was the best player ever without computers, and Magnus Carlsen was the best player. Period. Granted, tool set and stuff has evolved, right? Like if you were able to have an engine immediately tell you what the best move is, and then you can understand why, that's a different thing than not actually knowing and then assuming things and then realizing 10 years later, oh, this was bad, versus an engine telling you that in like 1 second,
Yeah, totally. Bobby Fischer kind of went crazy too at some point, didn't he?
He kind of became. I think he started running Bitcoin knots. And he became like anti-Semitic. He
moved to Iceland and started ranting about the Jews and stuff.
Yeah,
and then
he was ahead of his time.
The quality of his play went down like significantly.
Yeah. Like he went Kanye before it was cool.
He was the best American chess player ever, right? Like there's never been a better American.
No. There's this guy named Hakuro. That is American, who is considered to be the best of all time, pretty much.
Oh, really? He's better than Fischer?
He's been like a top 3 player for like a decade. He's like a Asian American. If you're talking about a real American,
I actually enjoy watching the Battle of the Minds. That is a chess match, like a high level chess match. It's actually kind of interesting as a spectator sport, But like,
it's as fun as watching paint dry.
I think it's interesting if there's good commentary over top of it, where the announcers are explaining what's happening, then it's very interesting, Because I don't know chess, so like I need it explained to me, like, oh, he went with the English opening, and that was a mistake, whatever. I need all that shit. I can't believe he would have done a pawn sacrifice here. I don't know any chester.
Dude, the thing about Hakuro is he's like a Twitch streamer, and he's like a personality. So like he makes more money from his Twitch stream than he does from like tournaments now. Like that's how big, like, that's like the meta right now. If you're a chess player, you become an entertainment chess player,
Kind of like the video game guys, similar kind of thing.
Michael, who's the best Bitcoiner chess player? Was it Jimmy Song?
I beat his ass a few times. He is good, but
Did you beat him?
Yeah, I beat him.
Michael's very good, except for the one time I was watching.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, that tournament I was in should have been mine, but it wasn't because Huddle was watching me, and I get very nervous when Huddle watches me.
I'm disappointed because I watched you too, and I've never seen you fumble it.
Huddle will be a lead investor in whatever company I end up starting.
That's right.
So I get really nervous when he's around me. But the Hikiro Nakamura is his name, and he's rated 28-16, number 2 in the world. Personality, he's like the most entertainment-based personality. Wait, what? I feel like someone asked me a question. Oh, Jimmy Song. Oh, the best chess player is a guy named Martin that I know of. He's a FM or IM international master. He was rated about 24 something. He decided to get into Bitcoin because it's like a chess player that came like 2,600 plus actually doesn't have a real career in chess, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know. So he became a Bitcoin core developer, learned C++, and apparently being really good at chess translates to being able to code in C++ and be a Bitcoin dev. So that's what he does, and his name is Martin. And do you know Muzz?
Yeah, is Muzz good?
No, well, yeah, I mean, it's Muzz. I like Muzz.
Zell is like a ranked player.
Oh, Zell is too?
Yeah. David
Zell, yeah.
David O. Zell, right? Whatever.
Just Zell. David Zell.
But what I was gonna say is the Muzz ran a tournament at TabComp. Found out, so Martin just dominated me. I mean, dominate's the wrong word. He gently put me to sleep. He won pretty easily the entire tournament, and Muzz got upset that an international master entered the tournament without identifying himself. And I think this is kind of funny. People have like conversed with Muzz, right? Like Jarvis, like you know how like he sounds and like his personality and stuff.
He doesn't seem fun.
Oh, come on, let's be nice.
No, anyways, I know that's what you're saying. Like, I'm willing to believe.
No. Like, just his personality is just so like, man, like, oh my gosh, like, like, this is not right. Like, it's just like, I don't think he's dumb or anything. It's just he comes off like in a sort of a like, kind of like takes life, kind of like.
No, I think we're saying the same thing.
Anyways, so
yeah,
this is the only chess tournament.
He comes off like a stoner, like bro.
Right, but like almost like it's like a defense mechanism, so he doesn't have to take life too serious, kind of thing. But I do think he's like kind of smart. Anyways,
he's smart, yeah. Obviously smart.
I actually like him. It's just he has this obvious like character. I feel like that he's playing that is now his actual personality. Like I don't know if that's true, but anywho, he just made me laugh. He's like, this isn't right, man. You know what? I'm gonna take he's not gonna win the money. No, he can't. No, we're not gonna do this. You cannot win the money. And this is the only time I ever like have seen any chess tournament where someone won and then they're like, no, you're too good. And he's like, well, I'll donate the money. And so he donated the proceeds.
How much money was it?
I don't know, like probably less than $1,000.
Yeah.
And in today's money, probably like way more than $1,000. But at the time, I don't know, like maybe like $300-400 max.
In Bitcoin terms, yeah.
In Bitcoin terms, like probably $2,000-3,000 now. But he donated the money to the communist, to the woke. What did Max Kaiser say? The woke, transgender,
sexual. I don't know. What is?
Yeah. Anyways, that's horrible. I want that. I think.
Which trial?
The Trump assassin.
Oh yeah, he tried to stab himself in the fucking neck with a pen.
Yeah.
Seems like a really stable. No, I saw that. Seems like a very stable individual. That was the guy who was hiding at the Palm Beach golf course, right? Yeah. Yeah, that guy fucking, what a whack job he is. Tried to stab himself in the neck with a pen.
In the middle of federal court. That's a dramatic moment.
Yeah, I saw did you see the illustration of it?
Sketch, yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. The illustration is one of the craziest things I've ever seen come out of federal court. Because usually in federal court, those sketches are everyone's very dour, you know, and just kind of morose. And this is like a very lively scene, like the most lively scene I've ever seen, I think.
The sketch, like, they have all of the walls at the courthouse. They have to frame that one. It's got to be.
It's a very exciting. It's the illustrator was probably like, "Oh my god, this is the best day of my career." Why do they do, Zach? Do you know the etymology behind like why they do those illustrations?
They don't like cameras.
No, but I know that. But why in that specific style?
Oh,
and
yeah. Good question. I don't know. But I'm sure.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Couldn't you take a photo and then turn it into an illustration? Like, couldn't you have something a little more detailed?
You're not allowed to have cameras at all. It must be that is like the quickest way to draw things in real time, would be my guess.
It must be, right? Yeah, it's like watercolor, and they're always like very quick, brief.
Yeah, I think it might be like crayons or colored pencils. But if you ever go to a federal court, you can see the guy like doing it.
Why is it so like? It seems like we should have more transparency to what happens in federal court. Like, what is the rationale for them keeping cameras out?
House rules, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the transcripts are public.
I know, but don't you think we, as the public, kind of deserve a higher level of transparency with federal court?
Well, it's also open to the public. You can go.
Yes, but it's open to like however many people can fit in the courthouse. Like,
I think the rationale is like federal judges in particular are really supposed to be immune from any kind of politics, and having it be like a national news spectacle in real time might undermine that. I think that's what it's about. But like the press goes, there's plenty of reporting. Ordinary people can go. I went to both the Samurai and Tornado Cash trials, and those are open to the public. I didn't have any special access. I just walked in, and like, I don't know, you know, the states draw lines in different places. I think some states don't allow cameras, but the federal system may choose not to allow. The U.S. Supreme Court also doesn't allow cameras, but they do allow audio recording.
Right. I don't know. It just seems like we should demand a higher level of transparency from our government.
Is there something like that having video would be transparent about that a word-for-word transcript plus allowing the public access and reporters access doesn't give you? Like,
yeah, I think
crowded because they do a spillover room where they have closed caption. You could watch what's happening on CCTV.
I think it's because video is more. Video is like you're there, you know? So it's like it gives more access to more people to watch the trial in real time. And since we're all subjects of the federal government, I kind of feel like we should all have access to know what these trials are like.
Also, actually, in I think lots of, I don't know about trials, and lots of like federal hearings, you can dial in and listen in real time.
Interesting.
For you, why do some trials get televised and some don't?
Well, federal trials don't. That's what we're talking about. But
federal never does, and state trials, it's really based on like interest, and then sometimes judges can bar cameras from the courtroom depending on, you know, like whatever, like lots of different factors. Like I think the OJ trial, they at one point barred the cameras from the courtroom, right? Like the cameras were in there, and then I think at one point the judge was like, "This is too much of a circus. It's disrupting my courtroom. Get the cameras out."
Yeah, if it gets in the way of a fair trial, the judge can always say.
Right.
So what you're trying to tell me is Judge Judy was not taking federal cases. Got it.
Judge Judy is an arbitrator, which is, I think, like this is my end goal is to be the Judge Judy of Bitcoin.
I consider myself the Judge Judy of Bitcoin, Zach Shapiro.
Zach, you know where your stage is. It's there for you when you want it.
Also, it's so easy to enforce. You just do a 2 of 3 multi-sig where the parties each have a few.
Right. It's like the easiest thing in the world. There you go. Here's your music, Zach. Dun, dun. Zach's on the bench. Knott's first core. CSAM.
it's also basically unregulated. You don't need any step. You don't need to be a lawyer. You don't need to have been a judge. Like, if you want to be an arbitrator and people are willing to bind themselves to your decision, you can just be an arbitrator.
Zach, are you familiar with the contiguous bytes argument?
No.
So the fact that CSAM, which is a new term I think for everyone,
Unfortunately, I've heard that one.
Well, this is new for me at least, but CSAM having contiguous bytes versus in the witness is distinctly different, and the government and laws will come down, because it's contiguous bytes instead of being separated every, whatever amount of bytes. There's a small 1 byte separator. Have you heard this argument being made by Luke and others?
I haven't, but I would be very skeptical of legal arguments being made by engineers.
Well, this is currently the Steelman argument for not running core. It's part of the Steelman for not running core, verified by Luke yesterday.
I would be willing to stake a lot of money on there is not a reasonable legal theory that gets you in trouble for child porn images if you run core.
Man, has anyone just told Mechanic this on Twitter? And
they get mad at Zach for saying.
Yes.
They get very mad at Zach for saying things like this. They accuse him of all sorts of things.
Okay. Well, this is, what's funny is 4 months ago, 5 months ago, I was thinking this is sort of like a nothing burger, but because of the attention and time spent on it, and
it's
the
literally a campaign to sow fear, uncertainty, and doubt. This is one of the most textbook cases of actual FUD I've ever seen in my life.
Right, but what I'm trying to say, the point I'm trying to make in case it's not clear is I really do think that this is doing damage in terms of effort to combat and question and answer endless pits of concerned, upset FUD. I personally know people that are spending a tremendous amount of time either stressed out about this or answering endless questionnaires from people.
Yeah, it's a huge waste of time. Well, we talked about this the other day and landed on a pretty decent analogy. It was like arranging books in the library that points to a URL. Was that the one? Anyway, running a node and not it's not the same thing as downloading a child porn.
It's very weird because the people that are, saying there's going to be a state attack seem to be engaged in a state attack.
Right.
This seems kind of like a state attack.
And
although,
let's say there even was some risk of that. The people are going all the way to, if you're a random employee of a company that does ordinals, you are responsible for everyone else downloading. It's so ridiculous. And
it's very autistic. Yeah. The CSAM thing is just an emotive argument, by the way, because they didn't. It's true because they didn't come to it until very recently. They've been on the same warpath for months.
Anytime.
I had the same opinion, Huddle. I had the same opinion. I called Luke out on it, and this is how the conversation started. And he said, "No, you're wrong." And then he linked to me how this was part of the original discussion, which missed my radar because it wasn't brought up. So I was very surprised that I only found out about this yesterday, that it was part of the original core concern that Luke had. And that was not very clear to me until yesterday. So I will say he is being consistent on this, but it wasn't brought to everyone's attention until Mechanic screamed CSAM and child, pornography or whatever.
Think about the rest of it, right? So this is less true in Bitcoin, but let's say, in an account-based model like Ethereum, if you were to send someone an NFT that has embedded code in it from which you could reverse engineer like a child porn image. Like, does that, like, if someone just sends you that NFT, you're a criminal, even though you have no control over it? Does that seem like the way that criminal law works?
The answer to that is obvious. It's whatever mechanic tells me to think, because that's how people are thinking right now.
Because mechanic is a First Amendment lawyer?
Exactly. Like, I really wish, like, so I assume, Zach, at one point you've engaged on this publicly on Twitter, or no? Have you sort of avoided it?
I engaged when I saw someone, I forget the guy's name, I think it's the guy who runs Bitcoin University, was saying
This
that
is
all the people...
Bitcoin University.
That guy. He was calling for all the people who work at Taproot Wizards to be thrown in prison. And I was like, this is actually an attack, I think.
Yeah, it's actually insane. I can't understand the motivation behind saying something like that. It seems very odd. But I don't think any of these people are. I don't think any of these people are actual state actors. I think they're all just autists.
Oh no, I don't think. Oh, by the way, we had the conversation I think a couple of weeks ago about. You asked me if I thought Nick Fuentes was like controlled by or funded by Qatar, and I said no. And I still think no as to Nick Fuentes. I am increasingly suspicious though about Tucker Carlson. I don't know if you saw his new like 9/11 truther stuff, but like. He's like trying to exonerate Saudi and all these like and make it the first version. He's like blaming the CIA. Clearly, this is going to end up being an anti-Israel thing at the end. But like, he really does seem like he's doing exactly what like.
It's widely known he got $15 million from a Qatari.
Okay, who does
I didn't even know that, but
yeah.
Who does Tucker? Whose interest? I mean, other than maybe the Qataris or whatever, but like. Whose interest does Tucker serve? You know, that's the question I keep asking when I think about Tucker, because I see him run these playbooks like on people where, you know, he'll go out and discredit somebody in a very high level way. And maybe he's doing it on his own accord for his own purposes, but maybe it's on someone else's behalf. And I can't figure it out.
But a lot of it seems to line up with what foreign adversaries, like there was a while where like he was just kind of echoing exactly the same stuff that Putin was saying, right? And just kind of being broadly anti-America. And like now it seems like it might just be that he is accepting foreign money, and it's not one, it's multiple of these groups.
I haven't been listening to him. I never really listen to his show or anything, you know, but I've seen clips and whatever. He's just like a person on my screen. But I really kind of don't take him seriously anymore. Because I think he works for somebody, but I can't figure out who.
Well, apparently Qatar gave him $15 million. That, you know, could just
is that enough to buy him though? He's very rich.
It's enough to maybe buy a weird 9/11 truther documentary and to focus more on Israel.
Yeah. Well, by the way, the question I asked you about Fuentes was not about Fuentes having direct involvement with the Qataris, but the question was more specific as to, do you think that Fuentes hitting all of our social media screens is because of the Qataris?
No, I think it's because of the anti-woke Twitter algorithm.
He is blown up on my Twitter feed. The algo all the time is pushing his videos.
He's the new Andrew Tate. He's taken over the algo.
It was like starting 6 weeks ago.
Yeah. Before Charlie Kirk died.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. No, yeah. I think it's like the rage bait, edgelord algorithm on X.
I'm seeing it on Instagram too. Heavy on Instagram. Not on YouTube though. YouTube still seems to have.
YouTube's about to unban everyone who's gotten banned for political speech, so Fuentes may be back.
Are they?
Well, YouTube came out today apologizing for banning people with different political opinions and that they would reinstate it.
I'll trust it. Fuentes has been, he took advantage of the Kirk thing when it happened, but after the fact, his audience seems to be turning on him because he's being intellectually honest and not blaming Israel, because it's very clear that, or there's no evidence to suggest Israel had any involvement, but his entire audience is like, they think Israel is responsible for everything, and so that's like losing him some followers at the moment.
It's the same thing as, like, in a different way, the Dennis Porter thing. Like, people, like, it's really, like, it's disappointing to see this again. People don't want truth. They want what they want to hear.
Yes. No matter what political side they're on.
Sure. Or even non-political things, like the Dennis Porter incident.
Yeah. Everybody wants their biases confirmed.
That's the main product that social media sells, whether it's showing you people who agree with you in an echo bubble or showing you people who, like, are the enemy that you expected to see and bring you into rage bait. Like, the main product of social media is the type of dopamine that comes from having your biases confirmed.
It actually wasn't an accident either. It was designed that way. Not for malicious purposes, but because that's what people assumed would be a better model. So, like,
well, they train the algorithm for DAUs and MAUs because that's how Wall Street values, or at least did value these companies.
But even before then, the broad theory about the new way we were going to engage with media was going to be specific algos and feeds tuned for our interest and likes, which makes sense because it's like, when you used to read the newspaper, there was a lot of stuff in the newspaper that you didn't give a fuck about. And that's why people would just read certain sections of the newspaper. They wouldn't read the whole newspaper. And you were seen to be a very informed person if you read the whole newspaper cover to cover. But, so they were like trying to like atomize it basically. But the atomization created a tribal quality that has been unmaking society. I don't know, not an easy problem to come back from. I think the Charlie Kirk thing, at first glance, I thought was good for Fuentes. Now I think it's actually bad for Fuentes. Because Charlie Kirk has become such a martyr, and Fuentes really was his mortal enemy.
Well, that's good news, I guess. Like, if people really... I do think that, like, if we're being really honest about Charlie Kirk, a lot of what he was doing was a troll, and he did say things that he knew would offend people, whatever. Of course, you're allowed to do that, and on balance, his views are mainstream Republican. But, like, if the outcome is we're just going to, like, focus on the good stuff that Charlie Kirk did, of which there was a lot, and whitewash it, and, like, the message is people should live by the idealized version of Charlie Kirk, that's a great outcome.
I think it is too, and I'm pleasantly surprised by it. That was the thing I thought was very stupid about the left-wing response to, like, the memorial service that happened the other day, because they were like, "Oh, look at that! It's all sanctimonious, and it's Christian nationalism, and it's this and that," and it's like, this is so preferable to the alternative. this could have been the moment the right decided we're going to kill everybody. Like, it could have been that moment. And thank God it's not. I think Erica Kirk getting up there.
It felt that way a little bit in the beginning.
Well, that's the difference between the right and left, is that you know, the right can at any point decide they're going to kill everybody and then actually do it. The left cannot do it. Like, so it's very nice to see the side of America that has all the guns praying quietly and, you know, trying to come to grips with what happened rather than taking to the streets. Because the minute that side takes to the streets, it's the end of the country. But it could have gone a different way. Thank God it didn't.
Do we think this is the end of Dennis Porter? Like, I am surprised actually at the level of, like, I thought everyone knew that his chick was overhyping stuff and, like, they were stupid for falling for it this time, but people are angry.
I need to read some of the tweets.
If you go to his people are upset and just virtually flaming him.
He deserves that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just surprising given that like he's been this way the whole time. I don't understand how people are just figuring this out now.
You know what it is? It's about the Bitcoin price. So people are really, this bull market has really sucked, and people are really starting to get annoyed by it, and they were looking for a reprieve, and they thought his announcement would pump the price basically, and it didn't happen, and now they're furious with him.
Maybe it sticks. Maybe the arc of history does bend towards justice.
Unfortunately,
I doubt this. I mean, he's got what, 250,000 followers. I mean, maybe he'll lose 20,000 of them or something from this, but I think he's still going to be around.
Yeah, but if it becomes like embarrassing to associate with him, that's a step in the right direction.
It's always been, but what happens with accounts like this on Twitter, people like Dennis, is they don't lose their followers, but they just become irrelevant. Like they just there's no engagement anymore. You know, it happened time and time again.
Like Pete Rizzo.
People just stop giving a fuck, you know? And that's what'll happen to Dennis.
Well, Pete just straight up like outsourced his thing to make some money, and I assume he'll take it back over at some point, but it's certainly going to have devalued over that period. But I assume he did, you know, make a decent chunk of change without having to do anything, right? Someone else is.
What's Pete doing? He just like
it's basically Dennis Porter, but it's actual news, right? It's just like breaking all caps, but it's like news that actually did just come out.
I think Pete's doing that. Is he not doing that? He's not the one behind the keyboard?
I don't think so. There was a big like uproar because he had some job posting for like, you know, $10,000 a year for, you know, an hour a week of support to do it.
He's doing the Bitcoin Treasuries thing with NBK, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's doing a few different things.
Yeah. But yeah, I've seen this happen. People get famous or infamous or whatever for something, and then everybody just gets bored with it. That's how, with a whimper.
There are 180 public companies in the world now with Bitcoin on their balance sheet. That's according to BitcoinTreasuries.net. Strategy is the largest, the most prominent of these so-called Bitcoin strategies. Really sort of coined the concept. The company was one of a number of industry leaders in DC last week as well, pushing for the strategic Bitcoin reserve bill. So joining us now is Michael Saylor, Strategy's executive chairman. Michael, it's great to speak with you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Morgan.
Okay, there's a lot to get to, but first I do want to start with the fact that there are reports that you were in Washington last week meeting with policymakers about this strategic Bitcoin reserve bill. How are you advising lawmakers right now, and why is the case there to create a strategic reserve?
Well, I think Bitcoin's good for the nation, and the country would benefit. We did buy something like 78% of the entire United States for about $40 million over the past 100 years or so. So I think the United States ought to own a large part of cyberspace, and Bitcoin is the next frontier.
What does it do to prices, especially as they've been chopping sideways, even coming off a little bit recently?
You know, I think the real story in Bitcoin right now is corporate adoption. We've got a consistent acquisition coin by the big ETFs like BlackRock, and that's taking up all the natural supply, and they're doing that on behalf of institutional investors. But these 180 companies that are capitalizing on Bitcoin are buying even more than the natural supply being created by the miners, and they're putting upward pressure on the price. And I think that as we work through the resistance of late and some macro headwinds, we'll actually see Bitcoin start to move up smartly again toward the end of the year.
At the beginning of this year, you and I in January sat down and had an hour-plus conversation at the ICR conference about this very idea, Bitcoin treasury, what you were doing at Strategy, and where it made sense for others to potentially adopt a similar concept as well. What are the types of companies that you're seeing lean into this, and at what point do you think it starts to accelerate if it does?
Well, I think you've got two types of companies. You've got operating companies that would otherwise be returning their capital via dividends and buybacks, or they would just be holding low-yielding money markets. And they're choosing Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset, so that actually improves their capital structure. It strengthens those companies. There's a lot of those. And then there's a second sort of company, the true treasury companies. They're capitalizing on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is digital gold. The world ran on gold-backed credit for 300 years. The world's going to run on digital gold-backed credit for the next 300 years. So treasury companies, in essence, are holding digital capital and creating digital credit instruments on top of that digital capital. And there's, of course, a huge demand for equity and credit instruments in traditional capital markets. And Bitcoin is emerging as the ideal form of digital capital to back those instruments.
Yeah, I want to dig into that a little deeper here, Michael. But first, I mean, gold's having a huge run right now too. It's at $3,800 an ounce. It's basically trading at record after record this year. But Bitcoin hasn't sort of moved lockstep. So how to think about that analogy in this environment?
JP Morgan said gold is money, everything else is credit. This morning I said Bitcoin is money, everything else is credit. The success of gold is indicative of the demand of mainstream investors to have a bearer instrument that's a long-term store of value, that's not a currency derivative and doesn't have counterparty risk to a corporation. Gold fits that bill. Bitcoin fits that bill even better, and it's sort of got the digital upside. You know, you can't teleport gold, and you can't program gold to vibrate at 1 million times a second on a computer. So Bitcoin is the technology version of gold. It's digital gold. It's going to be, in my opinion, 10x bigger than gold, but they're the same idea.
How do you compare that to Ethereum, which investors seem to be very hot on, and we're starting to see Ether treasuries built out, holding companies built out as well, like Bitmine. And then you've got stablecoins as well, which seem to be surging. Just a few minutes ago, headlines that Tether is seeking between $15 billion and $20 billion in exchange for a roughly 3% stake through a private placement, for example.
You know, Bitcoin has emerged as digital gold. There's consensus. What do you want to do with gold? You want to issue credit. You issue credit against the underlying capital asset. It's going to be the primary monetary crypto. Ethereum, Solana, the other tokens, they're emerging as sources of digital finance. Their use cases is networks to circulate and tokenize stable coins, tokenize currencies, tokenize securities, tokenize real world assets, and implement DeFi. And so the future of those networks is going to be determined by technology, by regulation, by competition, and of course by the execution of those management teams.
How should investors think about navigating an investment in strategy specifically, which I know you've described as a levered bet on Bitcoin, versus the other BTC-backed fixed income instruments that you've launched in recent months?
Yeah. The credit instruments we're offering, like Stretch, are meant to compete with short-term money market funds or other sorts of fixed income instruments. So if you're a fixed income investor and you believe in Bitcoin and you're interested in something that has higher yield or perhaps longer duration, then you would look at one of our credit instruments. If, on the other hand, if you're a Bitcoin maximalist and you actually want more Bitcoin, then our equity is actually got credit amplification in it. So the equity is amplified Bitcoin. So people that want more volatility, more upside than Bitcoin will go for the equity. People that are interested in having the volatility and the risk stripped away will look at the credit.
Okay. How do you ensure you're not over your skis with any of these instruments if Bitcoin plunges again?
Well, we've got about $70 to $75 billion of Bitcoin. We've only got about $6 billion of these preferred credit instruments outstanding, so it's not even 10%. And of course, the preferreds never come due, and so they're not really leverage. I could say that we've got a PhD in leverage strategy. We lived through the crypto winter. So we've constructed a balance sheet that could handle any conceivable drawdown and continue to perform.
So how do you respond to some of the critics out there? Jim Chanos a couple days ago saying that your tactics to boost returns are quote-unquote financial gibberish.
As I would say, for 300 years, the entire Western world ran on gold-backed bonds. What we're doing is distilling yield, duration, and we're offering those in digital credit instruments. We're stripping away the volatility. We're stripping away the risk. And there's a huge number of people in the world that want some sort of digital credit instrument. The ones we're offering are higher yielding. They may be more liquid. And they may be longer duration than all the comparable credit instruments out there. The only way to create them is using digital capital, and Bitcoin is digital capital. I think the short sellers don't understand the use case of digital credit built on digital capital because they've never seen it before in the history of the capital markets.
Well, we appreciate you coming on to talk about it. Michael Saylor of Strategy, great to have you.
Thank you.
Man, does this motherfucker have anything new to say? Same boring shit I've heard a million times. It's the same shit. He never has anything new. Bitcoin's an ethereal fountain in cyberspace where you can go and, I don't know, keep your money safe from calamity or whatever. Like, cool. We get it, bro.
That's the message, yeah. We gotta keep saying it.
It really is, like, I feel the same way. Like, Bitcoin never changes, so I say about it never changes either.
Andrew, do you know anything about the Tether pipe deal?
Ooh, what's Tether got going on?
Well, it was just mentioned and I looked it up, but apparently they're trying to raise like $3 billion at a $500 billion valuation.
What for? For Tether or for Bitcoin treasury stuff?
I don't know. I mean, I just know it seems like it's for Tether.
It's a good business, man.
Yeah, I don't understand why they would want to raise other than to just, I don't know. Like, it seems like they have more money than they know what to do with.
I know, right? Like, what is the point of the raise? Maybe it's to pass the hat and basically get some strategic partnerships going on.
Yeah. or just like have more, I don't know, the safety of being in American markets. Like,
well, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, you invite JP Morgan Chase into your deal, and then suddenly, like, you know, you can make phone calls to regulators.
Oh, they're raising 15 to 20 billion for 3% stake.
God damn. Man, isn't it amazing? Any of us could have thought of Tether at any time. There was nothing unique about that idea.
The young kid did.
I know. Good for him.
Yeah, it's through, I think Cantor is acting as their lead advisor, which I'm like 1 degree away removed from the kids running Cantor who went to Stanford, and I'm friends with some guys who are in their frat. Apparently they're like pretty dumb, word on the street, but
well, the rest of the people at Cantor are not dumb. So
yeah.
I'm sure your frat bros are though.
Yeah. The Letnicks.
The Letnicks of the world are not dumb.
That's what losers say to make themselves feel better. Oh yeah, they're dumb.
They're dumb.
They're only raising $500 billion valuation.
It's Andrew's right. That is like a that is a thing.
I haven't met him, but yeah, I don't know. In some circles, yes. In some circles, it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. At Stanford, there's like kind of smart kids, and then kids who got in for other reasons, whether it be like parents or sports or
it's
affirmative action or whatever.
Yeah, it's the same in every school.
Yeah. And I don't know. I haven't met the Letnicks. Maybe they're actually really smart.
Howard Lutnick seems pretty intelligent.
You have to be smart enough. Okay, you don't have to be the smartest. Remember that.
Yeah.
Beyond that, you gotta put in the work, and then your network, your connection.
Andrew's right. It's just about being smart enough, and then having like grit, determination, social charm, balls, courage, risk tolerance. Yeah.
Politics sometimes on your side.
The intangible. I would, if you asked me, like, you could have your son be 150 IQ, or you could have him be 115 IQ with all these intangibles. I would obviously take all the intangibles. Yeah. Every time.
Yeah, good point.
Now, if you're 150 IQ and you have all the intangibles, then you run the world. You know? Just being good with relationships is worth infinity dollars, you know? Which is like, it's the simplest shit in the world. It really is just treating people like they matter, remembering their name, caring about what they think or what's important to them. Like, if you can just do those things, you can be a billionaire. It's shockingly rare how few people do those things. Hey, Steve, how's your wife? Are you guys still living over in Belmont? Did you get that new house? That's worth $1 bajillion. Yeah?
Asking about the kid by name.
Uh-huh.
Well,
is your daughter still over at Lark Hill? That's a great school, you know? That's worth $1 bajillion. Like, seriously.
You know, that's a 100-year-old book from Carnegie. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's true. I still tell people to read How to Win Friends and Influence People, and almost nobody ever does. Warren Buffett said it was the best thing he ever did, was take Dale Carnegie's course. And that's Warren Buffett, you know? I think that's one of the things that has happened, like, too, with our, like, in elite society, is that, like, we've lost actually a lot of this, you know, like, cotillion-esque, like, pomp and circumstance, like, finishing school, like, sort of, like, just manners, you know? Like, we've lost, like, the basics of civility. And, man, if you just focused on the basics of civility, you would just, like, print money. I saw this tweet a long time ago. I really agreed with it. It said, you want the shortcut? There is no shortcut. Like, fucking do everything correct. Treat everyone with respect. Show up early. Be on time. Do the right things. Care about your customers. Care about your employees. Care about your business partners. Still make time for your wife and your family. And do this and do that and your friendships. It's just about doing a million things correctly. That's the secret. But all the things are easy. Or they're simple. That's the thing. They're all simple things. But if you do them consistently, like there's like a Tony Dungy quote where he says, winners don't do extraordinary things. They just do ordinary things so fast and so often and with such precision that it becomes extraordinary. But they're all just ordinary things. You don't win a football game by flipping over the defender to catch the football in the end zone. You know, you win a football game by consistently blocking, like consistently, you know, making the defense fear the run. Just basic shit. Same is true in life and business. But, you know, common sense isn't common. Andrew, did you see that Elon Musk has been tweeting scripture since the Charlie Kirk thing?
Yeah, remember I tweeted you? I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it very much affected him.
Yeah.
Because he realized it could have been him. You know? That they would say this sort of same horrible stuff about him if somebody killed him.
Yeah. Well, I hope he attends church. Something.
It would be interesting if he does. The Elon Christian arc would be fascinating.
Ooh, I have an idea. I'm gonna text the Manster and tell him, ping Rogan. Here's what Elon's been tweeting. Ping Rogan, tell him to call him, invite him to church.
Does the pastor know Rogan? Is Rogan the one who's been going?
Yeah, he attends this.
Yeah, totally.
All right, I need those tweets.
Getting Elon to come to church would be amazing.
Yeah. Send me where's this tweet about the scripture thing? Where's it? Do you have it in front of you by any chance?
I'll have to find it. Oh, hold on, I gotta call somebody back.
Man, he tweets so much I can't find it.